You know, there was this man, a man by the name of Eyebrow Pete. Hey, what's going on?
What up, big homie?
What up? My favorite eyebrows on Twitter. Yeah,
Appreciate it,
man.
appreciate it.
Clean.
They're looking,
It's clean.
they're
We need
looking like
to,
caterpillars right now, but it's all good. It's all good.
we need to do a space
You
on.
don't see the real me. You only get to see the
Yeah.
you get to see the magic beard.
It's funny. You're just using a Snapchat filter.
No, dude,
You
that's
really
me.
have like a beard over your eyes. You know?
I am. Hey, dude, hey, people can think what they want. I leave it up to their imagination. If they think I look like a troll behind the camera,
You guys have no idea how much I cherish the first 3 minutes of a space when I actually just get to talk to you guys. Because like 10 minutes in, it's like, all right, fine, let's talk about you know
random bullshit.
fucking balloon animals in 3D space. All right, fine, quantum balloon animals in 3D space. What are we talking? You know?
I know. I cherish it myself. Oh, what's up,
Yeah,
Sandra?
man.
How's it going? How are you?
How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Lauren. Good morning. How's everyone doing this wonderful morning?
I hope we're all doing well.
Right side of the bars, right side of the ground, as Quinn says.
Yep. Hi, Lauren.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. Actually, I was thinking that, maybe since we're here, we might as well, once more people amble in, we can talk about ARC here as well. Would that be okay? Or do you want to
Yeah.
wait?
Yeah, we can do it.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
I'm trying to grab like a stand to prop up a few things. It's like, what am I doing? All right, there we go. All right. So, well, I guess we can just get started, and as other people get in, they can catch up. It's up to you, Lauren.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
All
down.
right.
Give me a second. I'm having trouble with my mic.
Oh no. Well, just I'll tell Mike. So, Mike, this is a concept. I don't know if you've heard about it before. You probably have. It's called the ARC. It's a decentralized community that will share resources that involve health and wellness and uh, research and development on ideas that some might consider new age, but in actuality have a basis in scientific research. And she's got some very intriguing concepts, and hopefully, we can help her find some resources. And also, I am involved in this, but this is all
Yeah,
Lauren's.
yeah. So,
Um,
what do you need? Capital, people, process, or technology?
Everything. No, I'm kidding.
Everything.
No,
No.
usually is everything. Yeah.
So the our idea is to essentially like proceed in the cloud first and land last. So it kind of aligns to some of those houses that I was showing you. It's just a very small part of it, but rather than starting with the physical territory, we start with like an online community, and which we've done. We started back in February, so we recruited online for a group of people that are interested in founding like a new virtual fellowship or society, a new city, and we built the embryonic state of like an open source project, and and the goal is to essentially next organize our internal economy around like remote work and cultivating like in-person levels of civility, and then simulating architecture in VR, and then we create. And then the goal next would also be to crowdfund territory in the real world, but not necessarily contiguous territory. But kind of put another way, like a cloud community doesn't necessarily need to acquire all of its territory in one place at a time. It can connect 1,000 people, 100 communities, and a dozen, you know, people in different cities into like a new fractal polity. with its like headquarters in the cloud. And then over time, community members can migrate between these enclaves and crowdfund territory nearby, with every individual dwelling and group house presenting an independent opportunity for expansion. And what we've described, it's kind of like a disastrous, which are like internationally dispersed but connected by communication channels with each other. And the twist is that it's kind of like a reverse. It's like a reverse one. So it's a community that forms first on the internet, builds culture online, which we've been doing, and then it comes together in person to build like dwellings and structures. So it's kind of like it's like a massive LARP. So new recruits can come to either the
Yeah,
virtual or physical environment. Yeah.
I love it.
And
I love
yeah,
it.
beta test. And they can decide to leave or stay. And then, yeah, so it's, that's just, I mean, a small part of it, but there's like a whole process that kind of it goes into like the holistics of like mind, body, spirit, everything. That would be like the arc piece of it.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I
so
mean, I would keep in mind that Pythagoras was the smartest mathematician in the world, and he wasn't a very good politician, right? So the challenge will be, what do you focus on first as a niche, right? Because if you have all of these, if a light isn't focused, we're still in the dark. Does that make sense? So what do you think the initial focus would be based on the needs of the community?
so that would be the arc. So and I can send this to you. It's basically just like, I'll just read it to you because it's easier for me. But it says, there comes a point in every person's life where there's a choice that needs to be made, a crossroads, a seed of hope, a seed of faith, to trust in divine timing, to trust in ongoing waves of life that we must stay afloat in. The Ark is that community. It's a safe place to weather the storm. It's for all people, a place where anyone can pick up the mic and learn, share ideas, concepts, and investigate their reality beyond science, beyond nature, beyond religion, language, and creed. The Ark is unity consciousness and a safe place to weather the storm in life. We have started a powerful movement, a movement based upon the pillars of human decency, which is love. Love is the highest frequency, and it's the sound of music. Love is the space between circumstance and reality, and it's the heartbeat of all human emotions and actions taken, the truth that many seek. And we all have times where we hide behind a false truth, a mask that conceals who we are, the light and the dark, the hurt and the hope. And as we shift and learn that all people are worthy of great things, worthy of creating and worthy of feeling heard and acknowledged, tapping into their true potential, worthy of building friendship and fellowship, worthy of not having to worry about how they're going to pay for their next bill or how they're going to take care of their family. Or have time to create the one thing that truly matters: moments, experiences, joy, and memories. Create their legacy. We're truly only bound to the environment that we create and the environment that we choose. And in order to choose the one that is meant for us, we must learn to see the good within others, but also the darkness that we try so hard to conceal. We must see the truth. What we are creating with the Ark is a home for all people across all communities, across distance and language, that brings people together in unity, where we can all tap and tune into our God-given talents and help each other. We truly rise by lifting each other, and everyone who wants to be a part of the Ark is welcome. The Ark is for everyone, no matter where you're at in life. We hold an oath of respect. We're family. The next step of our transformation is to set up a 508 business structure for our community and to continue the growth. So yeah, that's pretty much, it's the community aspect of it, where we have speakers, we have wellness, we have workshops, like there's a ton. I have it all like mapped out.
And there,
What's going to be true 1 month from today?
Sorry, I'm trying to get away from my dog. Say that again.
What's going to be true 1 month from today?
I just want to update everybody that I just took a hit based on that statement, and I think what's going to be true, what's going to be true by the end of the day for me is I'm going to get a lot done. But I'm sorry, Lauren, go ahead.
Hey, Lauren, Do you have a group of individuals that are already interested in this besides you and Sandra?
Yeah, I have about 75 people, probably more. I already have the community built.
Have you
Hoping.
already have you already started a GoFundMe to get this going?
Yeah, I just haven't promoted it.
Yeah, I think what I would start first if you're looking for the art is not going to be exactly what you want at first because, sourcing a lot of resources from 75 people is going to be a little bit harder versus getting like one giant VC to invest into your idea. But I would start crowdsourcing some funds and start looking at where y'all would want to put your piece of land and kind of just go from there. Because you need the land first if you want the art to even succeed. So you need to be able to find the land and then figure out what type of communal living are you going to to provide there. The most cost effective thing that you could do right now would
Well,
be to
the
purchase like
land,
some sheds.
the
Go ahead.
land would be last. The land's last. It's the community first, and it's like it's decentralized, so everyone's kind of working within the community. And Sandra, if you want to kind of pop in and
Well, Lauren, I mean, he's got a good point in the sense that, for example, there's a group called I think it's Untapped Growth, where they are planning like a citadel community. They're like a bunch of survivalists, kind of, and you know, I'm pretty sure he has the land, and he kind of updates people on the progress as he goes along. And if he needs more funding, he asked for more funding as time goes by. That might be a good way to start it, even though I understand what you're saying. But it's working for people that are already doing it, and it might be better to kind of follow a model for growth that's already in progress. Do you know what I mean? What do you think?
How can we help? How can
Oh,
like our resources help?
what do you think?
Well, I'm just saying all you need is like 300K, and you can get yourself a nice piece of land, and I'm sure you can get 300K from 75 people. So if you get 300K, you go get yourself a nice piece of land, and you can start putting tiny houses on it or something that's the construction is not too expensive up front, and just start putting things on there and put water, put gas, put electric, put internet, whatever you need, to start getting up and going. And then eventually you can have individuals just saying, you know what, let's go ahead and put another tiny home, and then you start from there. But like right now, if the arc is like the main concept and you want to get people together, you're gonna need that piece of land first. Like you need that piece of land to get this going. Like just having it inside, like just talking about it on the internet and stuff like that, like that's amazing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the concept. It's just that you already have 75 individuals that are ready to do this. So trying to get the money and get the sourcing, get whatever tools or resources you need together, because getting the land is probably going to be the most difficult challenge. And then once you get the land, everything else is not as hard. Just because you can get building permits, you can get all these different things, for zoning and to get the infrastructure put in for gas, electric, or depending if you want an all electric community, or because you also want to consider, like, do you want your community to also be solar powered? There's a bunch of different aspects in it, especially if like the way that y'all are trying to go is y'all want something a little bit more sustainable and a little bit more resourceful than wasteful. So I would start there. That's just my opinion. You already have the sounds like you already have the people, and you already have people already vested and interested in your idea. So why not, see if you can get enough crowdsource funding to start with the land, and then kind of just go from there and build upon the land. Kind of like starting like with an empty plot in like a video game, right? You start with an empty plot, and then eventually, once you build up enough resources, then you can build up, a log cabin or whatever. So just a thought.
Well, I think a lot of these people don't have the resources to do that. They would be, maybe some of them would be offering like services in exchange, but maybe there's another way to go about finding the funding. What do you think, Mike?
See, the thing is, if you want to have something decentralized, as soon as you introduce funding, you're now centralized towards that person. You'll back the money.
Well, that's true.
So like a lot of like the really powerful startup founders like Ryan Lotka. Hold on. So Ryan really believes in the idea of bootstrapping. Not to say that bootstrapping doesn't have its, good and bad, but I've been. Hold on, let me see if I can send you this guy's channel. All right, here we go. Nathan Lotka. Here it is. Today we raised 145 mil to fund bootstrappers here on Twitter. Get up to $3 million in non-dilutive capital overnight from Founder Path HQ. So Nathan is the best startup founder interviewer on the planet. In 15 minutes, he asks all the questions his founders in the background need to make an investment or not. And the interviews are harsh. When I say harsh, I'm talking about people get upset at him for asking questions and they quit the call, even though the call is only supposed to be 15 minutes. But I think if you watch just even like a couple of the videos, they're not long, maybe 15 minutes, you'll understand the questions that people are going to constantly go after you for, right? And then, at the end of the day, it's like, I ask myself, you have a group of people who believe in you and you believe in them. That is enough to be extremely thankful for today, right? If anything, the challenge is going to be, the word decide comes from Latin and it means to cut off alternatives, right? So what are the alternatives we're going to cut off in the first 60 days such that we achieve this critical path milestone?
Well, I think that Lauren needs to hone her idea so that, we can have more crystallized answers. And
I mean, you're building the plane in the air. All of us are building the plane in the air. It's fine. We love when we build plane in the airs, right? But just, you have a group, and it's the same challenge that I think anyone starting a group has is, what might the focus be? Me personally, I've decided not to impose a focus because I find we end up developing more personal objectives when people decide what they want to do rather than me imposing some kind of framework. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, all right, what do you want to do? All right, let's do that.
Well, you asked me what was going to be true a month from now, and we see this every single day. And I think the truth is that people are still in need. There's so many people that mask up because they're living in fear. The reason I created the ARC was because people were afraid to unmask and use their voice. They were afraid to be who they truly were because they were so used to getting attacked. They didn't realize that there were so many resources that were already available to them and that they could have a safe place to talk about literally anything.
Mhm.
And it grew crazy fast. And those people, their lives have been changed because of it. And in my I left my job for this, without even just kind of following that gut intuition. And man, it's hard. But
well,
You're gonna have to carry the torch, right? I remember telling my buddy about all these plans I had 4 years ago, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do that." And then after a while, he just said, "Yeah, man, carry the torch," and he walked away. I'm like, "Damn, he's right." The only thing I have to do is carry the torch, and those people that appreciate that light will follow, and those that don't won't. And sometimes you have to carry the torch for 4 years before anyone shows up.
yeah, I'm carrying it for sure. It's funny you say that. I'm looking for it right now. I have a drawing right here, in front of me that I did when I was channeling like 3 months ago, and it says "Carry the torch," which is crazy.
Yeah, that's the only thing to do. People don't want information; they want leadership. So lead them.
I apologize. I was in the kitchen and back. Um, I saw the ARC stuff. I'll check it out. See if I can support.
well, thanks, Dan. It's very kind.
Shit, but Dan raised $1.5 million on the first day.
Yeah, Wombo got
Maybe
1.5 on the first day,
Dan,
man. Can you believe
maybe
that?
Dan can give you some hits. I mean, some advice on what you need to do for some crowdsourcing and how to present it in a way where you can secure some funding if that's what you're looking for.
Well, that's exactly what's needed.
Yeah, I have a client. Her name is Dawn Dixon, and she has a company called Pop Shop. Pop. I have to find a link. It's popcom.shop. Yeah, popcom.shop. Anyways, she's done a lot of WeFunder campaigns, and it's interesting. She's kind of gone through the WeFunder and Startup Engine, I think is the other one that she did. She had more success on Startup Engine, but she was going after 300, 400, even a 2 million type of round thing. A lot of it was in social media. She did a lot to get on things like the Breakfast Club, that radio podcast show that's really big on YouTube. She got on there. That's where she really went viral. Sort of one of these sort of like YouTube type shows that really took her off the map. And then a ton of Instagram is what she did on that. It's definitely it's there are firms out there that sort of specialize it. That sort of like crowdsource launching type firms or whatnot. So might have to look into that, see what we can find.
Popcom is the vending machines, right, Dan?
Yeah, yeah. I pretty much have built the tech, all the software on that side. The hardware has been a journey, man. Hardware is absolutely brutal to that startup. Can't say anything because I was a CTO at some point. Probably have multiple NDAs I can't say anything on. But she is a hell of an entrepreneur. She
So what does Popcom do? What's the service? What's the
Yeah,
product?
so basically it's a new take on a vending machine. She started her idea came up when she was in Miami. She was down there entertaining folks down there and whatnot, and she would always her feet were killing in the club. She wears high heels in the club, and her feet were always killing her. And so she designed like a flat out shoe that you could sort of roll up and sell in a vending machine. And so she put one of these machines in a club, and it did really well. And basically, at the end of the night, people were going up to the machine, putting in a couple of dollars, whatever, and getting out their flats. And actually, a lot of people like came into the club and did that. So then she took the idea to the next big place for validation, which she thought would be an airport. So she took the concept to China, actually, initially, because she was traveling in China and exploring opportunities. Super hustler. I mean, super hustler in good ways and in bad ways. I mean, that's the thing about hustlers is they have good things and bad things. Anyways, so she built that business and kind of got it going. And then the big idea arrived, which is, wait a minute, how can I tell my customers more about their products in this vending machine? Like, for example, um, can I track eye analytics? Can I track where they look on the screen, right, when they're looking at the product? Can I, what kind of stories I can tell from the traffic of people that walk by this machine, right? All that kind of stuff. So so then she basically had this one machine, and then she wanted to design a new machine she called the shop. And so the shop was sort of a redesigned vending machine that the majority of the product is in the lower bay. So if you like picture yourself standing in front of a Coke machine, the whole Coke machine, the total height of the Coke machine carries all the products. She wanted to create a much more aesthetically pleasing machine. So she basically designed a machine that is essentially like a thin wood panel that stands tall. It's wood grain. It has a screen on it. Actually, it has two screens. First screen is actually an advertising screen that can show off advertisements for whatever's in the space. And then the second screen is a screen where you can peruse the product and you can have anything in the machine. That was the idea. You could sell candy bars, but you could sell iPhones. In fact, she sold a machine to a guy in Dubai where they actually do that. They sell iPhones in a vending machine. So yeah, it's a pretty cool thing, but
I
got
love.
complicated. Yeah, it just went through various hardships and building. That the hardest thing was that she was trying to change how an industry standard worked, and that was probably the hardest. That was the thing that I think really hurt the company initially in the beginning because we were designing a whole new concept, and I kind of came in to help do the software. How that talks back and forth to the machine. It was a super challenging project. She's a heck of an entrepreneur though, and it's still in the process. So she's kept it going. Which is great because it's a hard business, and she did get like tortured by all the people in the space in terms of like just all the male stuff. I mean, she's not she's bombastic a little bit, so say a lot of her friendships were, she was either really friends or you were enemies. You know what I mean? And it was like really clear. And I was always like in the middle. I'd be like the one going like, let's go in there and be friends today. Come on.
Hey, Dan, I have a question for you. Right
Yeah.
now, somebody's like the friend you introduced me to. Love the idea. Right now she has her middle fingers pointed at me. What do I do now? It's
Yeah.
that energy is a feature and a bug.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it is. But she has been somebody who's been, like she's like maxed her credit out like probably 6 times. Like you know what I mean? She's done the whole dance where she's maxed out every card to make things. She's always pays her bills. That's one thing about her. I mean, what's great about it, she'll come to me, and I have to do this with clients I care. Like I'll be like, "How you doing, Don? Pretty good. Yeah, but how you doing? How you really doing for 12 months? I'm doing pretty good. How you really, always having that." And in fact, she'll come back and say, "Dan, we need to glide for 7 months. Glide for 7 months which means is basically we're going down to a trickle in terms of development and need in terms of tech, and but I need you to keep me alive for the next 7 months while I raise. I mean, I'll do that shit. I don't abandon a startup client. I'm like, for one, it's not smart to because once they have money again, they'll try to tap back on, and then you can sort of be in the mix and help them. But at the same time, like she had to make the decisions, and like there was a lot of decisions. I tried to actually I probably tried to break up with that client 4 times because of disagreements on product direction, and then in the end she picked a product direction she wanted to go in, and I had to just do what I was paid to do, right, which was advisor and along the way and continue to be that compass. But I didn't always win my argument, which is fine. That's what it's about. But there were a lot of times I wanted to walk out of that. I'm like, like the Denver airport. Where are you going, Dan? I think we're done today. No, we're not done. We got to go meet that client, Dan. No, so it's just
love
interesting.
it. Yep.
Yeah.
Crossing the river while feeling the stones. Deng Xiaoping. That's the best way I figured out how to describe it. What are we gonna do? I don't know. Feel the next stone.
But it's interesting because like female like women entrepreneurs they're all very different. Like I know they're fiercely loyal when they get in their pack. I love that's what Lauren's doing. I mean, obviously it's going to be bigger than just all. It's not just all women. I'm assuming it's all men. Anyone in resources, but it's fiery energy when it gets started. But it is an uphill battle though, and I think that's one of the things that in the syndicate we had to think about, or at least that's one of the things I would think about is how to give you a better advantage. I'll have to digest the material to think about what that potentially better advantage will be. And given that is my perspective, but that's all I can provide. But yeah, so like I guess what I would say is like for as much as I wanted to help Dawn, I couldn't help her all the time. And there was a lot of bad things that happened. Relationships, dealings, it's just stuff you want doesn't always fucking work out. And you can't. Yeah.
But it seems like you did so much for her. Like even if no one really wants to, admit that because
Yeah.
butting of heads. I mean, where she would be today without your help would be
Completely.
totally different.
Yeah.
Probably successful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I took a brand hit by probably staying aligned with her to an extent in town, but I was cool with that because she's basically, I mean, she was the Beyonce of Columbus. She could get on stage and have every person of color just loves her, and it's not just that. I mean, it's all colors love her, but she has got the energy on that side of the equation. And as far as like I wanted, it's what's interesting is like she has like a different perspective on venture and everything completely. She really reworked like all her cap tables and stuff to do certain things, but at the same time she made herself the sole proprietary sort of owner of the company with 6,000 other people in crowdfunding. So what I'm trying to say is that the numbers are probably really interesting. And if you don't build cleanly in terms of like how you start your company, then it complicates how you can actually move the company in the future because of how you've structured it going forward. And I wish, like, if we had that perspective of, like, if you're going to build a startup and you're going to crowdfund maybe 2 or 3 times in order to do what you're doing, you really need somebody who can help clean the tables on that so that you can be an attractive investment on the other side. Because if you're
Dan,
not, then you, like, you
is it
value
possible?
yourself.
Is
You
it
just,
possible to have her speak to us one of these days? I would
uh,
love to hear her
she
talk.
would love that. She would not go into detail on any of this shit. She's too fucking smart to get on fucking microphone and be on it. Now, you know what I mean? No, absolutely. I would
I
actually,
would love. I love those
honestly, Michael,
stories.
I would never put her in a room with you because you would definitely open up that door on her. But she could hold her own probably. I just, it's one of these things where it's like right now, she's had to lay off 6 people. She's had that, that hurts. She's gone down to she's had 15 and she's down to 2 people. And, she's probably got 100 grand that she's got to pay back with different people. Right. And she's desperately trying to close this 50 grand and then going after this other piece. But it, it's, it's, the like where's my point? My point is, like, think about your trajectory. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? Write yourself the salary check that you want. Write that down. Cut it out on paper and put it on the table, right? Okay, then write what the chapters are. What are you doing first? The first chapter should it should be like a piece of paper. You write, it's your promise story of everything that's going to be successful. And then right below it, it should be your devil's advocate of how much all that is total fucking bullshit. You should totally fucking do that. If you don't do that now, you will get owned by it, okay? Just do it now. Trust me, okay?
Yeah.
Then go to stage 2. Stage 2 is after you get started and you think you're doing great. How's it going? Did it change? Odds are it probably changed a lot. If you think nothing changed, don't even start, because it will, all right? And then below that, again, what are the devil's advocate positions? Did they mature? If they get actually louder, that means that there was actually no research in your mind between the first stage and the second stage to actually get learnings to think that you might have new understandings, right? How pessimistic are you? It's sort of a test to see either how pessimistic you are or how sort of like audacious you are. And that is really telling when you line up that narrative alongside the business true model narrative that either exists or doesn't exist, alongside the actual traction narrative, how we actually grow, and alongside the technology narrative, what do we make? How do we get to keep it? How do we take this very moment, this one moment of oxygen that I'm using, and get a 10x multiplier on it? How do I do that? And if I don't have that in mind, you should be thinking about that because it's super important. And that's the new thinking. And it didn't get done. And so now, for as much as I love her business, her fucking books are a disaster. And so now I'm wondering, how does a VC even come into this deal? And so, in fact, she's not going VC. She has to do a merger. She's going to go and get acquired. But now you have a totally different mindset on that company, right? You're moving to get acquired so you can do what? Move on. It's like, like if you want to build something you can flip, that's fine. Just fucking admit it at the beginning, right? Hey, I just want to build a house and then flip it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's okay. That's a perfectly legit form of business. Like, that is legit. I love that. In fact, if anything, it's a lot clearer. I'm going to make lemonade. I'm going to put it on the sidewalk. People are going to walk by and they sell the lemonade. I'm out of lemonade. Come back, right? It's some of those concepts are just clearer, but in the beginning, we don't always think about that. And I'm the first one really not wanting to focus or think about that either. But I see it in hindsight with my clients, and so I have a lot of compiled insights. Peter, man,
Exactly,
step
Dan.
up.
Loved it, my man. Let's
Thank you,
give
man.
some other people an opportunity
Yeah.
to speak. What's up, Peter? How's it going? I see you changed your name, bro. Were you tired of people butchering it?
Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah,
Pete in New
yeah.
York, right?
No, I just figured I've sort of made my profile private just in case there's people looking into it at the moment because I finished this big project up. So, and I've sent that through, and I just kind of like just waiting to see what happens at the moment. But like, so maybe that's paranoid thinking. I don't know. But
Whatever
it's
happened, Peter,
I don't
congratulations
know.
on your success thus far. You've gotten more attention than 99.999% of the artistic population on planet Earth. So whatever happens next is gravy. You've already jumped to the top.
Yeah, well, yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I'll just see what happens. Write it out, see what happens. But
Just gratitude. Gratitude, I think, is the one thing that will bring everything else in. Because instead of being like jealous of the future that hasn't happened yet, it's just the gratitude for everything that's happened.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, like what a month ago, I didn't think I'd even be in this sort of situation.
Exactly.
Well,
You have
touchy
one
these
of those
kind
good
of
problems.
people. So
What's up, New York? It's my first time hearing you, but Crypto Raj, the bottom, said that you were definitely someone we want to hear from.
Yeah, GM, everyone. Thanks for having me in the space. I candidly don't really know what we're talking about other than what I came into, and it sounds pretty interesting and on par with stuff I'm talking about on a daily basis. In fact, this morning we had talked about kind of different business structures and thinking about the centralized business structure and putting technological parameters like in place to be able to kind of raise capital, right, and not be necessarily pitching a project to people who are looking to invest in a company, right? So Dan
What would the
was,
pitch be today?
yep. I'm sorry.
What would the pitch be today if you had someone with the money? What would you tell them?
About our business?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I have two different businesses, Metahatton, and then the one that I'm representing myself under right now is New York Culture Club. But New York Culture Club is taking a bit of a different view in how we're applying Web3 technologies to our business. So we're integrating our supply chain immediately into using smart contract technology, right? And so we're trying to integrate that all the way down to the individuals who are sewing our garments. So we're going to Bangladesh to educate the employees at the factory and basically document process and procedure and take that to a consortium of nation states and countries right now who are involved in this blockchain group.
So, can
Yeah.
you run it back to me? Can you tell me how the project began? I'm sure there's a lot of other people in this room that would love to hear it from the
Yeah, I
jump.
mean
Don't feel like you're selling. Honestly, don't feel like you're selling. Believe me, there's a lot of people who come in here with the only intention to sell. But I'm actually asking you because I really want to hear this.
Yeah, and
Don't
that's
feel
actually
bad
how
if
I'm
you're
trying.
selling me. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how I'm trying to describe it. I guess you're right. It's kind of drinking from a fire hose. I mean, I guess I'll start with my background. I'm an artist and a musician primarily. I've been playing drums since the age 7. And I kind of had a unique experience that I went to military school when I was 14 years old and traveled the world playing music and just kind of grew up quick, you know. And so I played music professionally pretty much since then. And I've played with a few different bands over the last decade and toured around the country and recorded some albums. But I also had a day job, and my day job was managing money for Wall Street folk. So I managed kind of investment bankers, traders, and entrepreneurs, their personal assets. So a lot of this came onto my radar in 2015 and 16 when I started seeing these markets shape. And from a market capitalization perspective, obviously Bitcoin came on my radar. I didn't have too much interest other than kind of intellectually and just reading around on these topics back then. I watched the boom and bust cycle of 2017 and saw kind of smart contract technology taking hold with Ethereum, and that immediately clicked as being an artist, right? So during the pandemic, when I couldn't play music, I shifted to physical art, and I started putting, some of the first like physical pieces on chain and chipping my art with RFID and NFC technology or hardware, I should say. And I decided I used to make a bunch of kind of disruptive anti streetwear and apparel. And then I decided to make that, wearable art in the same vein, categorized and tracked on decentralized public chain. So I started embedding NFC, primarily near field communications chipping, into apparel and then linking it to public decentralized chains. And then we created something called the wear to own model. So essentially, when someone walks up to you and scans your sleeve now, you'll make money when they purchase that. So so it's
Whoa.
basically
Talk about word of
monetizing
mouth.
clothing. Yeah, it's street
It's like
level.
it's like sight. It's like word of sight.
Well,
Almost.
you're the brand ambassador, right? So now that
Yeah,
moment, when
I love it.
that moment where someone says, "Oh my gosh, I love your," that should never go unmonetized. Like
But
the
what about
person
like
is in the store.
what's that song you're playing? And people, yo, it's this song right here. Imagine you get a royalty from the sale because of word of mouth. That's really smart. I like
Well,
that.
you can link anything. See, that's the interesting thing is every.
Uh-oh. Congratulations. First of all, before you go on, congratulations for actually doing something. 99.999% of the people we talk to haven't done shit, have done less than shit, actually. You have actually done something in the world. Congratulations. It's fantastic. I just have to say that.
Thank you. And I just want people to realize, like, for me, I just quit a job where I made tons of money. So I just left the job that most people would kill for, but I was unhappy. And a lot of why I was unhappy was because I wasn't expressing my genuine creative human spirit. And what I was actually talking about on this call, or on a Twitter space from 9 to 10 a.m., which we do every day, during every weekday. We talk about just Web3 related stuff, but I was talking today about how centralized business operations, right, just don't strike a good value transfer, right? So this employer-employee relationship is broken. It's not something that cultivates that human spirit. It's not something that ever allows it to run free, right? So as we take control back of ourselves, we need to start building systems and infrastructure to account for our intellectual property and what it's worth in a given moment in time. And so my company is structuring itself differently. We say that this centralized business operation of employer, employee, and HR and all this crap has failed us, right? So we believe in more partnership and co-creation and lowering, the costs associated with also just continuing to acquire more and more manpower or woman power or whatever through the means of acquisition or growing inorganically, like you guys were talking about earlier, right? So
So what
traditional
this
thought
been
is you just keep buying companies, right?
so if you had a how do you find yourself looking at being a founder differently because you come from the world of high finance?
Well, what's interesting is I have the ability to build trust and gain credibility instantaneously with people because of my vast knowledge of capital markets and economics. So it's my understanding of all those things and then being a steward of the technology and really understanding this better than, everybody else, because I stay up studying this stuff and making sure that I know everything about it. And if I don't know something, then I want to be questioned on that because I'm going to go read up on that until I do. Right. I think that I approach it in the sense that I'm here to wage a war of compassion, against fear and politics. Because to me, this is bullshit that we can't bring, the billion people who are starving or with no water or no health care or access to data or knowledge, which is ultimately one of the most important things, because those people could get water, health care, and food to themselves if they actually had the capabilities to have access to knowledge and data and other things as well. In fact, once we facilitate that, they could continue to grow that. And I see that we are focused on the wrong things, right? I mean, there's so much fear in politics that governs our decision making, and none of that is really required in many cases, right? And that's where I think that blockchain and smart contract technology is going to change things, because in some cases, smart contracts need to be international rule of law, because there's no reason for like juries and judges and people to be fucking it all up, you know, it with emotion and with biases, and you know, they don't like the color of your skin or your religion or your sexuality, and that determines something. No, that can't be anymore. And we need to start correcting this. And what's really interesting is we're accounting for history for the first time ever chronologically in a mutable form. And that's going to allow us, this is actually a very selfless act, because it's for the people hundreds of years from now or 1,000 years from now to look back and go, oh, remember when we started measuring things? Right?
Yeah, it's I remember I think it was a paper out of Microsoft that talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of data. And they said it doesn't really matter what algorithm you run. If you have a lot of data, you're going to end up getting the right answer, because the right answer changes depending on scale. But I just want to say congratulations, first of all. And second, if there was anything that anyone could do, whether they're listening to this in the future or now, from a capital, people, process, technology, even building on top of what you've done, you know, how can people help? How can people be a part of your movement?
Yeah, well, I would say just show up, right? So show up. So we you know, have programs every morning from 9 to 10 on Twitter, right? For on weekdays, just for shooting the shit and talking about Web3. But I would say my larger project. Sorry to, I mean, I should go into this, but we're building the digital
Please
twin of
do.
Manhattan. So my other business is Metahattan. And so we're building the digital twin of Manhattan, and that's going to really involve all of you.
Are you using LiDAR, or how do you plan to do the mapping?
So we'll basically, all of it is tax lots.
Did I
Can you
lose
hear
you?
me? I was rugged.
Oh, now you're back. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go
so
ahead.
it's all tied back to the city Department of Finance and the actual tax lots in real life, right? And then I've created a characteristic based on the gross square footage of every single one of those corresponding properties. So we've actually created a finite supply demand characteristic based off of public data, right? And the actual digital usable space that will correspond to that property, right? Then we use ground permanent record imagery and satellite imagery, and we're building in Unreal 5. And this will take years. Yeah. And we're kind of connecting and bridging the physical and digital in ways that people really couldn't imagine, right? So we're starting with Central Park. So we're building out Central Park right now, and Central Park will actually be split into plots for sale, but you won't be able to build on that. It will be like a charitable donation, and it actually is escrow back to the New York City Park Services. So when you buy a piece of virtual park or public park in Manhattan, it benefits the real park services in New York.
Incredible.
This is actually, yeah,
Wow,
this is the,
really
this
cool.
company, the Manhattan company, was actually the company that actually like piqued my piqued curiosity within what you were trying to do. Like the clothing, I love the clothing idea, but like when you said that when you were going to have, you know, the metaverse affect the real world, and you were going to be able to allocate certain funds to certain civil services. Yeah, dude, that was great, dude. I mean, anything that can impact us in a better way and help clean up the streets and, you know, make the environment better, I'm all for. Continue, bro. Continue.
Well, no, I also don't want to dominate here, but yeah, I would love if people want to ask questions. I mean, there's a lot we're doing right now. We're I mean, we're raising tons of capital, so it's not really. I'm not here asking for money. It's more so information, data, knowledge, opinions, and things are way more important. So that actually goes back to what you were asking. People's just, you know, opinions here and perspectives is really what I guess is the most important. So please, if people want to ask questions. Yeah.
Go ahead, Danny. How are you?
Danny, man, go.
Hey, I'm doing very well, thank you. I hope you guys are doing awesome. New York, well, very quick question, kind of back to smart contracts. Maybe you have the idea about also soulbound tokens from ETH. It's kind of trying to implement legitimacy on people's experiences and probably in the future protect people's intellectual properties instead of going to a patent company so they just have it, let's say, in their wallets, even though dilemma is the wallet protection and everything else like that. But yeah.
I love that you said this. You must be like reading the universe here. I'm actually working on creating intellectual property SCIFs, so secure compartmented information facilities. So I'm actually patenting a technology called digital SCIF, and it basically allows all of us to come together in a room like this. And as we're sharing dynamically in real time, it's minting your intellectual property to a decentralized public chain. And then you could essentially sell it to the highest bidder. And see, that's what I was talking about when I was saying ideas will be worth what they're worth in that given moment. And let me just give you this concept for a second. Most of us are probably somewhere close to a sink or somewhere where we could get water, or maybe just turn on a tap and get a bunch of unlimited water, right? So if I slid a glass of water in front of you right now, the value to you might be, hey, thank you for the convenience. Okay, great. Thank you for keeping me hydrated right now. But like, I do have a lot of other water over there, right? If you were on a desert island and I slid that glass of water in front of you, it's a totally different story.
Thank you for keeping me alive. That's pretty much kind of the process because of the lack
Right.
of it. Oh, but just very quickly, are you trying to maybe also implement composite APIs to kind of organize everything also?
Yeah, so I used to work for Counter Intel, and I worked with satellites. So what we pull from is the Esri ArcGIS, and we're APIing into that even to construct the website, so that when you go to the website, it's just a big 3D modeling, right? And you can click on each building, and you'll be able to buy that. I mean, we're not selling to the public immediately, and that's actually part of what Dan was saying earlier. Is we're not really rushing to market with all this. We're being very careful. I mean, what I'm trying to do ultimately with Manhattan is create the most believable, immersive version of Manhattan that we possibly can. That's what I'm doing. I'm not building Austin, Texas. I'm not building Tokyo. I'm not building Mars. I'm just building Manhattan as Manhattan, right? And there is plenty within that environment to keep us busy, right? And what I'm really trying to focus my attention on is making it really diverse and inclusive by keeping people safe, right? And managing safety in ways that is not really being done in many mixed reality environments. And also sound, right? So sound is a really, really important thing over time. And as a musician and somebody who understands like geospatial resonance, like that's something where over time, as we get sound better in these environments, much of where your awareness of is in space and time is to do with your sound, right? And your safety actually as well. So we're focusing on these things, and we're really, putting together think tanks of people, and like I said, collaborations that will be in these intellectual property areas where people can feel free of vulnerability to share this information. But overall, we see a place where we're not necessarily trying. I mean, I would love if Snoop Dogg bought a property in Manhattan, but I'm trying to sell to like Warren Buffett. I'm trying to sell to like Peter Thiel or like Barbara Corcoran, or there are going to be major companies who this is where their employees go.
What about Kathy Wood? You don't put Kathy Wood on that
I'll
list?
put Kathy Wood in there. My point is like we're trying to sell buildings to JP Morgan to bring their employees there for the 3-4 days a week. We see people working in these environments, and that's how things are going to be in the future. And you'll have integrated HR dashboards and client relationship management systems that are all blockchain oriented, and you'll have like a turnkey enterprise blockchain solution, for businesses to step in and buy a property. And if I could blow everybody's mind real briefly, and Danny, you were getting into this, but aligning all of this with law and asking permission rather than asking forgiveness is something that also takes patience and is very important in the beginning. So I speak to lawyers all week, and most of the time they say, no, you can't do that. And I say, yeah, I'm going to do it. And then they say, no, you can't do that. And I say, yeah, yes, I'm going to do it. And they're like, Okay, fine, but you have to do that this way. And I'm like, see, I fucking told you guys, right? So you have to push, like, you have to push the barriers of this, because innovation requires that we do update these regulations and systems and laws and institutions and symbols. But we have to do it in an appropriate manner, but also be stewards of like reality. And right now, every single property that's been sold in any type of mixed reality environment, sandbox, Decentraland, anything, none of it is consistent with law.
I would agree. And I think you would need the main focus, if you ever have a certain amount of money, lobbyism, massive lobbyism.
Yeah,
But
or just really just demonstration of something so powerful, actually.
yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Like,
Yeah,
That would be massive changes.
I think demonstration-driven development is undervalued. You know, because we can wake up and still be in our bed and kind of fart into the bottom of our phone where their speaker is. A lot of people have taken that to believe that they can fart their way into attracting funding, you know? And, you know, in Toronto, a lot of people say, hey, can you help me get funding? I'm like, oh, so you want to attract funding? And I had to say it enough that I put it in the fucking name, which is, yes, I know you want to attract funding, but we over here in Canada have not printed nearly as much money as you have. And since you haven't printed it, since we haven't done that, we have a bit of a different constraint criteria, you know? And I think that's done the city actually pretty well. If you look at Amazon H, I was talking to somebody yesterday. You know, Canada won Amazon HQ2 beneath everyone's noses. So while you guys were fighting over Amazon HQ2, they like hired 1,000 people over here and are building distribution centers and the whole 9 yards. And it's so funny, while everyone was trying to win it, we were just like, all right, so let's just keep building and building and building. And it's funny because I noticed that even with stand-up comedy, the people who promote their comedy more than they write jokes get farther ahead in the short run, but in the long run, uh, you understand, right? So being able, we forget from kindergarten, it's not tell and show, it's show and tell. And the order is important.
yeah, I like to say the phrase, don't forget you forgot. Like, a lot of this has been done before, and we're just repeating things over and over. And like, what's kind of going on with this technology right now, right, is it's kind of like in the early stage of the internet, where right now somebody's like, look, you can look at naked pictures of people here, look at this, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, yes, but it's going to be like global commerce, and we're going to interconnect each other, and like, all this is, there's amazing things that are going to come, and they're like, yeah, but look at this naked picture of this person, and I'm like, okay, like, Jesus, like, this is
There's
such
a
a stupid, like, you know,
there,
use like,
there's an image of a bird. It's a, I think it's an Adinkra symbol from Africa, and it's called Sankofa. And the Sankofa bird is its body is facing forward, but its head is looking backward. And Sankofa bird means go back and get it. And it's the idea that we have this doctrine from antiquity is that is not outdated. And the most visceral example I saw of this was Fernando Castro Chavez. He reconciled the 5,000-year-old I Ching um, with the human genetic code, and then began solving obesity mice for Baylor College. I'm sorry. All right. So the idea of saying Kofor is go back and get it. There is a lot of doctrine and metaphors and frameworks that are now only becoming useful because our technology is caught up with our doctrine. So if it is true that a 5,000-year-old ancient Chinese manuscript could correspond with the human genetic codes such that someone could solve obesity in mice, then the idea of looking back to go forward is very relevant. I think at the end of the day, though, we can end up getting caught with worshiping doctrine and metaphor frameworks, and they are beautiful. But then the true worship, like Alfred North Whitehead said, is the true, when you see the religious nature of math, it's because you can see this formula manifest across all domains. And it sounds like you guys are doing that right now, and you're combining everything from your music. Like I teach, math and music. I teach steel drums, right? And I find that, and I'll end here, is that there is a secret connection between the startup founders that are also able to play an instrument.
What you're talking about is really, 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 really important. It's mathematics and patterns. Patterns are really, really important. So, this is actually you're 100% right. Like what I'm doing, I guess the best way to answer your earlier question was I'm being myself and I'm tying everything of my being, all my joy, all my pain, all my struggle, all my passion, everything. I tie it all together every single day and I just throw that energy out, and like that brings things like when you talk about manifestation and things happening, like once you push that fear aside in your own life and you're not afraid anymore, the whole universe reveals itself to you. And it's just really, really, drums, right? And like you were saying, it's all math subdivisions, right? And it's funny,
Yeah,
people will say
you
to
forget
me,
that.
yeah.
I mean, you're a drummer. Who knows more patterns than you do, right?
Yeah, well, it's memorizing them and incorporating it all together. And what you were talking about with the business is it's the bridge of the physical and the digital. And then I want to do that in
Good
ways
pun.
that
The bridge.
yeah. And we have to solve these problems as a humanity, though. And first, we need to stop swinging the hammer, the same tool, back into our face, right? We can get an updated hammer, but if we're still swinging it back into our face, we're never going to solve this. And guys, really like think about this. The fact that we can launch rockets out into space and then land their fuel, pods back on freaking platforms in the middle of the ocean, and that we can send, satellites into different galaxies to take pictures, but we can't get people water and food. That doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense. Like
that's.
Right.
it's not.
Have you ever heard of Moloch, the god of miscoordination?
Well, yeah,
Now,
and that's the thing. Well, and what better than a mathematical consensus protocol to actually sort, categorize, and get things on track and create accountability and transparency for all that fear and politics and bullshit that has continued to drive us in the wrong direction over and over and over again. We need to call it out. Someone has to call it out. And this is why I talk about leadership, right? Is people honestly like myself have to come up and say, I'm not afraid anymore and I'm going to push it. And if you guys want to come with me, you should come with me. But what sucks is that there's been plenty of people who have done this in the past, right? Who have come back and told us not to be afraid, right? Martin Luther King, John Lennon, Lincoln, Lindbergh, right? Malcolm X. What
yeah,
happened? We
I
killed all
think
them.
though that because courage, they say certain things are the most scarce resource on the planet. Some people say it's oil. Some people say it's leadership. And you can't be a leader without courage, right? And I find that when people don't launch, it's not technology. Technology's solved. Technology is the easy part, right? Believing in yourself is not something you can buy anywhere.
Well, culture is the new currency, right, of this system. That's why, and whether you call it culture or just knowledge and data, we're moving rapidly towards knowledge and service based economies, right? So we're automating the means of production, and that's going to get even more dramatic. And what you were talking about, the money creation, and see, this is part of why I've left, as I understand we just printed $6 trillion and counting.
Yep.
Growth is not linear, it's exponential. We're in the curve of the hockey stick right now, and all of these technologies are converging, and we have to make a decision. We have to really make the decision between fear and politics or truth, data, and science. And there will be some people who make that decision for themselves sooner rather than later. And I would urge you to make that decision on the right one, because there is a right one. And that's going to define haves and have nots, and not just monetarily. I'm talking about data and knowledge and information, right? I mean, even developing nations, 55% of developing economies are in the services sector. So think about that. Even the people who make all that shit for you and me to throw out 10 minutes later, even their economies now are 55% services.
Yeah, just before, and this is going to be the last thing I say, and I want to hear from everyone else before we end off. As a glorified recruiter, I don't give a shit about companies. Companies here are here today, gone tomorrow. I'm sure there's a billion people claiming to do what you do, but the way that you talked about it and your personal background of going from Wall Street to Meta Street, that's something that I think is very compelling. And if there's anything that anyone in this room can do, you can hit us up in DMs, what have you. We would love to keep hearing you show up as you keep delivering and demonstrating and delivering and demonstrating. I am most excited about people who deliver and demonstrate because in my world, 9.9 out of 10 people I talk to who claim they're a Python developer can't write code for shit. Most of the people that I talk to about UX never developed an interface in their life. Most people I talk to about, you understand? And so my perspective is going to be hyper skewed because I've been told stories for 20 years of my life on the phone. And my only job is to pull jokers out of the deck because they pay me when I do that. Right? And so if I'm biased towards the founder versus their idea, then that's just my perspective. It's not the total perspective, but I don't believe in companies. I believe in single individuals. And if you take that in, like, for example, New York, if you were no longer a part of Manhattan, I'm not sure if I would believe in Manhattan. What do you think?
No, you shouldn't, because it is all, and especially at this stage, it really is all about me being able to execute, like what you were saying. And I officially left my job 4 weeks ago, and my companies are worth $15 million today. So I'd say I've done a pretty good job in the last few weeks of doing what I said I was going to
Not
do.
last few weeks, but last few years to prepare you
Yes,
for this
technically. Yeah.
moment. You didn't just
Yes.
quit your job and say, "Hey, let's start this today." You were planning to quit your job for sounds 3 to 5 years at least.
Correct. That's actually very fair. You're right. And I should actually I should have a little more compassion for myself and the fact that, yes, I have been doing this for
Okay,
years.
so
Yeah.
that's what I want to hone in on. So, when you there was a moment in your corporate life where you're like, "Fuck this shit," but then you're like, "Okay, I can't really say fuck this shit right now, right? I have to build an exit. You know, if this world is drowning in a flood, let me build the Stargate portal before I need it." So, what was the moment when you decided, you know what, this is not going to work out long term? And how did you build while you were employed such that when you quit, you could have this revenue or this value target today?
Yeah, well, I had the total shift in consciousness, and that was also because I was hurting myself for quite some time. So I was an alcoholic, and one night I took 5 grams of mushrooms, and I woke up the next day, and I died as that person. So I left that entire person behind, and was able to shake something that I wasn't able to shake for a decade. And the worst part about it was I was like a functional alcoholic. And like I said, I would play music at night and was in nightclubs. And so it was a part of like my being and my persona. So being inside during the pandemic, I had like a real disruption to that because, like I said, I wasn't in clubs playing music anymore. There was like a whole new identity of me just sitting alone and having my thoughts and myself. And I took all of that and decided I was going to make a choice, right? And that choice was to not be afraid anymore and to remove chaos from my life. And I did that on June 7th of 2020. And so I may have had all these ideas and was developing some of this stuff, but I wasn't capable of actually showing up for myself. And so I needed to shed that person and let that person die and just be reborn under this new choice that I had made. And then every single waking hour, essentially, that I wasn't working for Linux, I was studying everything I could get my hands on. And I mean, even just going at night and Googling RFID clothing, RFID apparel, RFID this, NFC this, like literally just taking in information and then looking and doing thought research to make sure that the sources of information that I was looking at were credible. So like really being diligent and having attention to detail about absorbing the right information. And then I guess you're right. It's just me. I once I can read something or understand something, the patterns reveal themselves, and it's like tattooed into the back of my brain, and I
I
have this ability to hold it.
I when I communicate with people, I think the number one thing I do is I forget that they might not have played music before. You know, if you look at music education, like through adolescence, are like maybe the only thing that builds gray matter in the brain. Gray matter density being the things that we use to process information, right? And so just being around music, I don't know how it's changed my brain, but I know that of all the people that come in here that I agree with, they're musicians. Like I have my steel pen right here. And as you were talking, I'm just like in the background.
Time, space, the relevance of man lost throughout the ages. In the world of Twitter, the Syndicate knows. Meet New York Man. A man trying to do new things in a new world. But does he know about the Syndicate? He wakes up on a normal day to approach society in a brand new way, thinking about dreams and things to do. But what will happen? Tune in next week, or maybe in a couple hours, depending on who's here and still available and wants to talk. The Syndicate Show.
That's hilarious. I'm definitely coming back. I mean, you keep asking me what I have for you guys. I mean, I'm coming back here.
Servant leadership. You know, if you
What
want
do
to
you
lead,
got for me?
Yep. And thank you, William Shatner.
You're welcome.
By the
Thanks
way,
again for listening.
by the way, real quick, the steel drum. What I love about that too is like you can create melody with that, and see most of the time at drums is just rhythm, right?
dude, whenever you're in Toronto, you and I are gonna hook up. I'm gonna show you the universe in this instrument. This is my alchemical rethode right here.
I've always wanted to get into the steel drum, but I haven't because it's just like big, you know. You gotta stick it.
With your drumming skills, yeah, you'll actually, I can teach you how to be better than me in probably about half an hour by just showing you the patterns. Yeah, this is gonna be great. But I find again, there's one of those things where it might just be a personal thing, but Jeff who played a good guitar yesterday, we connected on music, right? And then I found out he could develop Python, and he worked on harp in Alaska and all this shit. But essentially, we just get along because of music. And I don't know how much of, like, when I think of teams, I think of people that, you know, people get together sometimes because they can play a song in the same key, but a song can be played in any key. And some people can't change keys. And that's fine. It's just good to know.
So how regular is this space? Like, do you guys come here a regular time? And because I normally have to get things into like a calendar and know what is going on. Is this a regular thing or?
Regular and random right now.
All right. So Mr. Rogers Crypto Hood is, I'm going to have to, he left, but I'm going to have to get on him to maybe, or let me know, or just hit me up whenever you put me on the list. You know?
Yes, dude, I will keep inviting you. And here's where I think it would be getting interesting. There's a lot of people with startups here. And imagine if every 2 weeks it'd be like, all right, so if you closed up shop, you actually did something real in the real world, right? And just hold each other accountable. Because I like this idea of people, you know, they don't have to go through me. You know, your DMs are open. You can contact anyone. But if we can encourage ourselves to go from worshiping metaphor doctrine frameworks to applying those metaphor doctrine frameworks, only good things will happen.
Yeah,
I'd rather people
from
fail
me to
forward.
we, from me to we.
Lauren, Sandra, how do you feel?
Oh, it's exciting, and it's very nice to speak about the project that New York is working on. What was his name? I apologize. What is your name, sir?
Yeah, my name's Brian. I mean,
Oh,
I'm fully doxxed. My name's Brian Urachek, but you know, feel free to look me up on LinkedIn and other places too. And just, I mean, if you go into my profile, like I said, I'm fully doxxed and I'm transparent about like everything I'm doing. So check it out, and I'll continue to show up.
I mean, that will definitely help us get more. I think there needs to be more focus, and perhaps we should, reconsider whether or not the land should come first. I don't know. I'll have to look at it and think some more about it. But I think we're on the right.
So he has a Discord also.
Okay.
Well,
We have a Discord. We have
Lauren,
all of that.
Can you tell New York about your idea? I think it's either adjacent or kissing cousins in a way, and I think a lot of the metaphor frameworks that he has might cross pollinate well.
Yeah. So since February, we've been building a community called the Arc, and it's where people can come and cross pollinate ideas. Anyone can kind of come pick up the mic. And it's a safe place for like all people wherever they're at on their journey. So we unify, cross pollinate ideas, build for the future, raise humanity, and take action. Part of that, one of the ideas is to build a decentralized community. So the idea is to proceed in the cloud first and land last, but we may be revisiting that. But instead of starting with physical territory, we started with the online community, and we've been recruiting online a group of people that are interested in founding like a virtual fellowship or society, or a new city, and eventually, like possibly even a new country, who knows? But we build the embryonic state as an open source project and organize internal economy around remote work and cultivate in-person levels of civility and simulate architecture in VR. And we create, and over time we eventually crowdfund territory in the real world. But it doesn't have to be contiguous territory, but more so, we can connect thousands of people, hundreds of communities, in different cities all over the world. And we have people that are of all different backgrounds all over the world that have come together within this community because they want to build for humanity. And over time, community members can migrate between these enclaves. And the goal is to crowdfund territory nearby, in every individual dwelling and group house, presenting like an independent opportunity for expansion. So new recruits can come to either the virtual or physical environment and beta test and decide to leave or stay. And then it's kind of like it's kind of like a LARP, right? So, however, it's set up to be like a scaled LARP and like a feat of imagination practiced by large numbers of people at the same time. And the experience that we've seen with like cryptocurrencies over the past decade shows us like just how far a shared LARP can go. But at the end of the day, we live in a society where people are constantly faced with fear, and they have these chains that are binding them mentally. And the goal is to show people that, hey, you can move past fear and you can take the next step. We have a whole developed program on like classes, and we have speakers that come in and different subjects, and we help people. Like at the end of the day, like that's my passion. My passion is to help people feel empowered to live their best life, and it's my personal mission. We've been able to get a lot of people on the Arc. We started a community here on Twitter. We have a group chat, and at the end of the day, the goal is to help people look past this fear-based society that's been, projected onto us throughout our lives, and making us feel that we're unworthy of great things, because we are. We're worthy of great things, and to live the life that we're truly meant to live. And sometimes people just need a little bit of accountability and encouragement to do that, because everyone we ever meet is fighting for something, through something, or both. And sometimes they just need, to know that they're not alone, especially now, like, right, like, you think about the impact that the virus had on society. I'm a single mom out here in South Carolina, and I don't know anybody out here. Like, you guys, like Twitter, you guys are my family. So we've just been building it, and we've been able to help a lot of people throughout the way, and that makes me really happy.
Well, I'm all for that. That sounds like really aligned with my values and principles. That's awesome. Yeah, you're building a cloud country, it sounds like, right? And that's actually where I think we're moving towards, this cloud countries made up of micro communities that can share and uplift each other by like that localized proximity that is required in some cases. But now that we have technology, like you were saying, you can span those geographical borders and you can find connection, just like I have, right, with the communities of people here. I mean, I'm a single guy in my apartment in the Upper East Side right now. I oftentimes think about when I was like younger and I was going through a lot of shit when I was younger, that I didn't have anyone to really talk to or connect with. Think about how amazing it is that somebody can now pick up a phone if they're in a developed country with a phone. That's a whole other story. But we are privileged to be in a position where we can find other people and we can lean on these other people, like you're saying, and say, hey, I'm feeling this way, and find out that 5 other people in this room or 10 other people feel exactly the same way. They've been through it, and a couple of them actually made it through to the other side. And I love what you're saying too about just creating that spark for somebody, because I say all the time, my job most of the day is lighting little embers in people's hand and then putting a little tinder in there and going, okay, I'll be right back. Blow on that, blow on that, blow on that. I'll be right back. And then I run to somebody else and I hand them like a little tinder and an ember. And I'm like, all right, just keep blowing on that. I got to come back. And the problem is I'm realizing I can't do it alone. Like, I just can't keep doing that. So then I was like, how do I build companies that help people in meaningful ways, and how do I create a new structure for that company that's very simple or similar to what you're talking about, right? Is more community based and co-creation and partnership.
I like that analogy. Do this. I'm running over here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I really think that what we need to understand is that the captive employer-employee relationship of employer drinking your bottle and then throwing back a sip is not like that doesn't work. Like we have enough data to see that the human plight, even in developing countries, right, of people who were supposedly that's not working. So we need to come up with an entirely new structure, and I know that's scary, and I'm willing to do it. I don't really care what anybody else thinks. I think what So You was saying is, I'm going to make Manhattan so beautiful that you won't be able to look away. And
Yeah, the concept is be so good they cannot ignore you, because they will ignore you. You think like they just embraced Steve Martin and all these people with open arms? They did not. Be so good they can't ignore you. It's not just for stand-up comedians.
yeah, I mean, the problem is people are waiting in that room, right? And they're reading their lines or they're practicing their instrument. They're waiting for the director or the conductor to walk in and be like, you.
Yeah.
And what people think is like, they think that just happens, and it's like, no, the reason why those people get picked is because they're the people who were the real musicians, or the real people who just kept practicing their lines, and they like didn't know when it was going to happen, but they just kept doing it and doing it and doing it, and that's actually what it required.
You know what's crazy? So I've been in executive leadership over the past 16 years. I left my job for this project because I genuinely believe in helping people. And there's one question that I always ask people when I'm working with them that always stumps them. And it's kind of crazy. You know what that question is? I always ask them, when's the last time you did something for yourself? And it's wild how many people like can't answer that question. Like, people are so used to just they're on this like treadmill of just living, and they're not truly living. And people forget their big rocks. Like, what is your why? What lights you up when you get up in the morning? What's your purpose? And And it's difficult for people to set tangible, actionable goals around that purpose. But just knowing that you have a community of people that have your back. Like I was telling people that in the art community, like a little bit ago, I said, hey guys, I'm in here, we're talking about the arc, and there's a bunch of them in here now. And, like it's amazing how much somebody can transform when they know that they're not alone in something, that you can truly get through any challenge. If you just have to take the first action step. It's always that first thing. Like I always tell people, like, you have to do one thing every single day that scares you. And the more you do something that scares you, the more doors open. And the more doors open, you have options. You can walk through those doors. And it's not meant to be easy. It's going to be challenging, but you just got to keep pushing.
Yeah, and also part of it is see, for me, why I mentioned like alcoholism is because I had that disruptive moment, and I saw everything of what I had become, and that it wasn't me anymore, and that wasn't, I had lost every single piece of who I was, to the point where I was presented with everything that I never wanted, and that defined everything that I truly did want. Right. So I think that people don't realize that sometimes. A lot of the times we realize what we truly do want by defining actually what we don't want and what we don't like. And we need to be honest with ourselves in that fact. And it's very disruptive sometimes, that whole handing the ember to somebody. A lot of people go, ow, and then they throw it. And you go, no, 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 no. You have to blow on it and keep it in your hand. And like the problem is, it is disruptive sometimes if that person isn't like, they don't have an event, or there's not like this defining moment. It's sometimes hard to get that person to show them that they don't need to be afraid, that they can hold the ember and it's not something to be afraid of, because all of this is us. Right. That's the crazy thing about all this, is that we like to like put these things in categories, and kind of like separate them from ourselves. But we are this. We created all of this. We are the light, and we can either move in the right direction or not. And we've been doing things that are pretty hurtful for quite some time, and I think we need to start being a little better to ourselves and caring for ourselves a little more. And obviously there's plenty of people out here, um, many in this room right now, who want to help others, and so do I. And if I can do that by, grabbing some money from some people over here to do some good with it, I think that, ultimately the only reason I make money now is I make money to make art, not vice versa.
I like how you say carry the embers. I always say, like, I call them tower moments, where it's like you think that like things can't get any worse. And I always say that that's divine intervention, right? It's divine intervention, and you have to sometimes, the foundation that you're on isn't a strong foundation. And, I'm super spiritual, so I say the divine comes in and just makes a way to set up a stronger foundation. And those moments are uncomfortable, but that's where we're meant to pause and truly gain the wisdom of the situation. And that's what propels us forward into that momentum. It's meant to be uncomfortable, it's meant to be that aha moment. And a lot of people, they get stuck in the mud, right? And that's kind of what we do. Like, I'm Lauren of Light for a reason. I'm there to be a light in the darkness. Sometimes I got to pull myself out of it. I'm only human, right? But like,
Well,
if I can if I can help someone, then that's what I'm here for.
you're the most determined person I've met, pretty much, and you're doing a great job. And keep up.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen. We're only human, right? So you're exactly right, Laura. Like, right, you can push fear aside, but that doesn't mean that fear doesn't ever come into your life like throughout the day. But it's catching it, right? It's catching it and realizing what it is. Like, what is this really? And the fact that it's maybe not as real as your mind is making it. And sorry, Danny, but the one last thing I would say is, there are really no rules, right? Like, no, you can't go out and kill somebody. No, but like but I'm saying, there, like, what Laura's talking about with the universe, there are really no rules of the universe. Like, you have to kind of fall into the cosmic river and the direction of the cosmic river. Like, you just wade with it. And some people push against it all the time. And that's like that fear. That fear is like you trying to get to the land and like fighting against the current. And it's like, no, actually the submission to the current, even though it's scary at first, is actually the way. And that's going to bring you to where you need to be. And I think it's just getting outside of your mind, that everything that you're perceiving here is, there really are no rules. Like, if you really want a clear definition of this, Enron, like Jeffrey Skilling, who proceeded over like the largest, he caused the largest bankruptcy in history up until what, Lehman Brothers, right? I mean, Jeffrey Skilling is doing the exact same thing. He's a commodities broker in Texas, and he still eats in a really nice cafeteria. Like,
I,
that's insane. Like, you know
yeah,
what I mean?
right. Absolutely.
Like, nothing happened.
Right.
Well, it's so crazy you say that too, because I think that like as a society or as humanity as a whole, we put these false rules and we associate these subconscious belief systems to ourselves, and it's horseshit, to be honest. It is, and like it's we constantly the things that we come up with in our mind, 99% of the time we make it far worse than it actually is. And the moment that we are able to shed all of that and we identify our fear-based response, like when you allow yourself to look at yourself, truly look at yourself from the inside out, and you identify, you say, hey, what is this response? Are my hands getting sweaty? Am I getting anxious? Am I nervous? What is truly happening to me in this moment? Why am I scared? What is this fear? Where is it coming from? You have to do a root cause analysis, because if you don't identify the root, then you find false ways to kind of heal that symptom. And if you're not truly healing the root, then you repeat the same cycles. You keep learning the same lesson over and over again with different people and in different situations. And we have to truly go inwards to uncover that. That's where that wisdom is gained. And that's where we're able to truly break that infinite loop of reality that we've been in for so long.
Yeah, and the weirdest part about that is most of those things are oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, and adrenaline. It's actually just science, right?
Yeah, it's how might we manage strategically our flow cycles from struggle to release to flow to recovery? Was this Jamie Wheeler and Stephen Kotler, right?
It's crazy, man. Like I've coached over the past 16 years. I've coached thousands of people. And you know what the biggest challenge they had? You know what the biggest fear they had was at most of them was having confidence in themselves. You share with someone that one win that they had. It's so easy as a leader finding that win. Then that you can take the momentum and capitalize on that momentum, and they're able to push through freaking mountains. Another analogy that I love to use with people is, like how many mountains have you climbed over the past 5 years? You've conquered 100% of those mountains. Those are some damn good odds. It's, like when we get in these tough situations, it's not our first rodeo, and you have to remind people of that, because how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And when you remind people that they
But what if
have,
you crowdsource the mouths? Then you could like have them all descend on different parts of the elephant.
that's a good idea. I like that.
No, but that's what this is, guys. Like, think about it. GameStop was a foreboding to what we could do. So see, that's what I found really funny about GameStop. GameStop wasn't about get the hedge funds, right? First of all, hedge funds were closing like in droves for 10 years prior to that. Like, there was no volatility in the market. They had all gone belly up for the most part. There was a few left, but get the hedge funds wasn't really what was wrong. What if we really asked what's really wrong? Student loans, people working 4 jobs and not being able to get by, like, I mean, health bills, parents who are sick. I mean, it was a cosmic shout of plight that was represented in a bid and an ask price meeting, and an anomaly like of a short squeeze that was created, right? But like, imagine if we actually packaged those things and said what's really wrong and then put it towards the things that really matter. Like, what if I make a shirt that says this shirt paid off your student loans, and then I escrow most of that money back to paying off like federal staffer loans and other things, right? And then I go on television and I say, this shirt's going to save all of our lives. It's going to actually pay off your student loans. And then they're going to hit me with the fear and they're going to say, I don't know, Brian, I'm not sure. I don't think it works. And then I'm just going to say, did you buy the shirt? Oh, you didn't? You failed us.
It's freaking wild, man. Like that that's such a cool, like, concept too. Like, it's crazy. Like, so I got in this situation recently, like in May. My lease rolled off and it went from like $1,700, and they sent me an email that said, okay, well, we're now going to start charging you $3,600. It's criminal. It's freaking criminal. Like, it's insane. Like, what they do to, I don't even know how that's legal.
It may not be. You should check on that.
No, I think I sent you the email, Sandra, or I sent you a screenshot, I believe. But it's just, it's crazy, man. But like, this is the shit that like is pulled on people all the time. And it's
Well,
like, well, how do you help people see the way out of that?
you
Like,
got,
Well,
yeah, we're
as we end off,
paralyzed. Yeah, we're
as we
paralyzed by our near-term resource needs. That's why I tried. That's actually where New York Culture Club came from. I was like, how can I create something out of nothing? And I'm like, we're all wearing our clothing. We're all wearing less of it. We're wearing our favorite item that we like to take better care of. How could I create like a value transfer between that thing that you intimately wear on your skin in representing your culture to everyone? How can I monetize that for people to help them meet their near-term resource needs enough to get that foot off their neck so they could breathe? Like, that's actually what the clothing's just a vessel. Like, and that's actually what Mr. Rogers Crypto Hood was talking about earlier. The New York Culture Club is a Web3 lifestyle brand. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of thinking of a value set that we all embody. Of we all get better together.
That's exactly it. The state of mind to give them an awareness to it. I do like that kind of concept. So it's kind of forcing them
Yeah.
to, well, forcing is just a word, forcing them to one understanding is that this could be a method. Wear the T-shirt.
Exactly. I mean, all these things can be tied back to charitable causes. I mean, there's all different types of things here, but that's where you get creative with it. And that's what doesn't like scare me about, like, people say, well, what makes you think you're going to take on I'm not taking on Nike. There is no competition with Nike. We're not doing anything close to what they've done. In fact, we're doing something totally different. That's what is like so exciting, right? Is that we're not doing what they're doing.
Yeah, because they're trying to think, okay, they're going to monopolize everything at that point.
Well, they're going
And
to try
that's
to
probably
buy
not the
us.
same method.
Yeah, they'll try to buy. I mean, if we ever become successful enough, which we will, to be considered by them, we'll say no, but they'll try. I mean, that's like what they try to do. That's what I was talking about, creating a technological framework that protects people from the most corruptible person, me. See,
yeah,
that's the
Ahmed,
craziest thing.
Ahmed brought up the fact that when it comes to cybersecurity, your employee is your worst enemy because they have all the passwords.
Yeah, but see now imagine in Manhattan where all this is administrated by, your identity in that building and knowing where you can go and why you can go there and all these integrated systems.
Decentralized Active Directory group policies.
And
Yeah,
about your concept of Manhattan, it's an amazing base template for even ever expanding because it'll follow kind of the example of Manhattan, and you can expand it into, let's say, Chicago, Washington, let's say Montreal, where I live, and it's a nice base.
Yeah, I think, listen, like I said before, we're going to try to just do Manhattan as well as we can, or Manhattan, in other words, because a lot of this is going to be user-driven content. So see, what our terms and conditions govern is really the outside shell asset, right? Or the buildings, and whether you can advertise on commercially zoned buildings. You know, you can only advertise to a certain height on, say, a historical landmark, right? So we've taken into account all these little details of zonings. I mean, even we've been asking tons of questions. What do you want to see in Manhattan? What do you want to hear in Manhattan? Some people say, I want to hear the guy banging on the car saying, I'm fucking walking here, right? Or whatever. So we've actually thought about having culture-based abuse monitoring in certain areas to be more lenient, right? In certain areas to create a cultural dynamic that people have expressed wanting to have there. So like I mean, this goes so far beyond. I mean, when we're talking about like monitoring, and abuse is a huge aspect of all of this. And in fact, that goes back to why not a single property is legal in any of these environments. And for everyone who's stuck around, I guess I'll explain this very briefly. But it's contract law. So whether we call these things properties or digital plots or whatever, they're governed by contract law. And when you buy a plot, estate, whatever, in any one of these virtual worlds, what are you actually buying? You're buying a digital location in a virtual environment stored in a cloud computing server, right? And that is tied back to either a centralized entity or a foundation or a DAO in the case of Decentraland, but it's still centralized, right? And if they don't pay their server bills, your digital location ceases to exist potentially, right? At least that's how it works now. So that's where it goes back to it really is on the founder to keep everything going, because literally the intrinsic value of your digital location that you've purchased there is contingent upon somebody keeping the lights on. But when you buy that NFT to accept that property, say in Decentraland, you've entered into contract law. You've offered acceptance by pulling that token into your cryptographic wallet. And you've also accepted their terms and conditions. Okay. Now, imagine you sell that then to somebody else. Wrong. Any movement beyond the primary issuer to the secondary party, if that goes on to a third party, a fourth party, a fifth party, it's completely absent of legality. Why? Because you never had the right to extend the terms and conditions of my virtual environment to a third party.
Oh, I like that.
So every single piece of property sold in mixed reality environments has no consistency with law. We're actually the first company creating a smart contract that extends our terms and conditions throughout the ownership lineage of the token itself.
Well, doesn't that avoid a securities issue as well?
Correct. There is a lot of things here that are like,
Very
yeah. So you have to pay attention to the law.
right. Yeah.
And see if I'm going to sell a building to JP Morgan, I have to sit in front of all their lawyers and explain to them what they own, why they own it, and think of the abuse case, right? If I sold a property to So You, and in this current reality, he sold it to Danny. If Danny runs around screaming "fuck" in everybody's face, I'm gonna go to issue him a warning in Manhattan, and I'm gonna go, oh, we never extended our terms and conditions to Danny. Get him out of here.
I'm just going to go very quickly to sound and everything. You can also implement like a tourist type of guide, and you just guide them with specific sounds, like "Hey, I'm walking here," and pretty much, and they'll start following a kind of what's it called, linear path or anything. And I gotta go make lunch right now, steakage, and yeah, sorry, vegans.
What were you saying, Sandra?
Oh, I thought someone sideswiped vegans on the way out, but that's okay. Maybe I misheard. No, I love the idea, and I don't suppose at some point you'll do something like era by era, or maybe you can choose the era of your property, 40s, 50s, whatever.
Yeah, so that's the fun thing. The insides are completely adaptable to what somebody wants, right? So I may be consulting a larger company on building out an office space, or actually, a larger entity may need consultation. However, most of this is going to be user-driven content, right? And somebody may even have a hot dog and stand on the corner, right? And what people don't really get is I was explaining this concept to my mother, and I said, imagine somebody could have a food cart right there and make a living. And she's like, what, selling digital pretzels and hot dogs? And I said, well, first of all, the digital pretzel unlocks the ability to go in and swim with the sea lions in the zoo. So you missed that one, didn't you? Right. So I could add a utility. I just made it up, but you could add a utility. Or what you didn't really realize is that individual had advertisement. There was Coca-Cola and Nathan's on the front of that stand. It makes them $1,200 worth of passive income a month.
Wow.
Right, or something like that, right? I mean, the point is that people are missing that metaverse is not a destination, it's a network. And the biggest problem that even major brands and retailers are making is they're asking, okay, how much foot traffic are you going to bring? Wrong. They're going to populate these environments. Why? Because when you go to apple.com, it's going to say, do you want to go left to where we used to look at 2D pictures of things on web pages? Or do you want to go right and be immersed into our glass Apple store in Manhattan where you float zero gravity and can shop? And you have ownership procedure built in with unshakable code.
Right. So I assume everybody has glasses on.
No, it's just browser based. That's what everyone's missing, is they're saying, I'm not going to live in a world where you already are. Do you have your face in front of a phone for 8 to 16 hours a day accessing internet based applications or browsers? If you do, you'll be in metaverse all day.
Sounds very, very fun.
Hi.
Yeah, we were
I
talking
was
about
in.
this.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was trying to say that we were talking about this last time, New York, and how let's say you wanted to run a consulting firm out of a taxi cab, and you're paid for your time through the taxi visit. Remember that?
Yeah, this should be like Cash Cab, but mental health services.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you take a 20-minute ride, and you just need some, a support group or somebody to speak with, I mean, that's like the perfect environment. And the destination is going to end because you already paid, for the time, and not only are you going to go to your destination, but you're also going to get some help. But what's up, Cryptoglyphics? Go ahead and take the mic.
Oh, thanks. Um, so, just quickly about me, I have high functioning autism, and so getting and talking in the spaces I really don't too often. Um, but getting into the crypto space and now helping a marketing company um, reach out to try to create things, collaborations and whatnot, even in cross-chain aspects, is kind of bringing me to the forefront, where I've spent over 20 years in the IT field and in behind the scenes, just on purpose. And so this is still all pretty new for me. Um, the thing that I find that I really like about what's been said in the last 10 minutes is the fact that you're driving utility to the real world. And my biggest problem with the way the NFT space has been is, one, you're limited to the different places that you can show off your digital art without having to open a wallet. But also, we still have billions of people who barely access the internet or have never accessed the internet. And my drive is, I'm working on questions to create a Twitter space called "Can Your NFT Be a Real Boy?" Just really loosely based off Pinocchio. And what I'm looking for is you've got two parts of the pendulum. One are people who buy them and flip them as fast as they can. And then you have your other people who just like the art and they just want to own it. And it's everyone in between that isn't being hit properly. And what I want to do is I want to get projects to basically understand that they're thinking too small and they're creating a community that's very limited when you could apply tangible aspects, things that utilize more than just one of your five senses to your project and generate the sustainability and the continued growing interest in the project. But it's more along the lines of trying to get them to think that way. Now, the questions that I'm going to put to them are going to be one, they're going to have to be honest with themselves about their project, and they have to be honest with everybody else listening. So that's what I'm working on now.
Can you explain more about what you're trying to do? I think I understand it, but maybe you can.
Basically, I want to drive projects to start exploring outside of not just their community and what they do in the metaverse or in their own group, but uh, basically there are bridges that should be built by NFT projects that reach out to the tangible world because we still spend so much of our time here. And for a lot of people, to take, for instance, there's a group out of the Netherlands called Authentic, and what they're doing is they're 3D printing the NFTs so that you can actually have it out in the open where you're at. And say you have someone that comes over and you have one of these, and they go, "Hey, that's cool. What is it?" Well, that's one of my NFTs. And now you're showing people an NFT that doesn't require you open your wallet, that doesn't require you send them to Instagram or Twitter or whatever to view it. Now it's out in the open. They can pick it up, they can touch it. And I'm not saying all of them have to do that. I'm just saying you're going
The
to have
only
to drive some real world value to some of this in order to stay relevant. And that's my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, and the only thing that I have a problem with that is that just because it's 3D printed, it doesn't mean that it has any value. Um, so like things that are in the physical world, like they can still be there, but it doesn't mean that they have value. Like there's a lot of things that we buy for self-indulgence, and it doesn't have any value outside of what we think it's valuable, right? So like, and I think that those things are already being done. I mean, culture just, New York Culture Club just explained their entire business motto and how they're affecting the real world, and they're going to use their clothing brand to make people their own brand ambassadors and, be able to get paid, if somebody purchased that particular garment, and then he's doing, Manhattan where it has a physical entity in the real world, and things that happen in the metaverse are gonna, affect the real world. I personally believe that those are bigger than just like 3D printing a NFT. I mean, NFTs are cool. Don't get me wrong; they do have their place. It's just some things some of these NFTs they don't do anything. Whether you want to keep it as a collector's item or like a pop, because that's what I see. I just see a bunch of pops walking around, right? Like and pops, they actually have a physical product.
What this does is it opens up, or it should open up, more of an interest based on what can be 3D printed. You have fashion designers that are literally starting to get into this, where the entire design that you'll wear was 3D printed. One, if you want your brand to succeed, I think in the coming years, as everyone's moving away from your large malls and your shopping areas, out in the real world, it's still going to take what used to be the primary marketing tool, and that is people being seen with your stuff, wearing your clothes, having your accessories. It still works, whether it's in the metaverse or real. And that's what I'm trying to get a lot of these projects to understand, is that if you're just putting your project and trying to pull people to the bubble in just one way, you're going to shortchange yourself. And like I said, there are other projects that uh, I've I've seen that are at work where your NFT could be membership driven, where it evolves and changes with new perks being added, being able to upgrade it uh, on a whim, unlocking different things that affect how you live. But it's all based on, but it has to be based on how people live now, because not everybody is into cutting edge. Not everybody wants to understand it. I like to think about the cell phone. People's parents 20 years ago had a landline, and now they're FaceTiming their grandkids. All of it takes time and adoption, but I see too many projects that aren't focused big enough, and they're not focused on bringing people that don't understand the space into it in any kind of indirect way.
Artisans of Light has their hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Shadow Fox, and I would just like to possibly pose an idea, simply because I think there's so many, in Web3 or NFTs, and many are creating different businesses and communities to help others. Um, if I could just suggest something, because I really don't know the web, okay, like you guys do, NFTs, okay, but here's the thing. For eons, really, whether it be a business structure, whether it be a fundamental government structure, everything is built upon a triangle. The top, everybody at the bottom. And this is where everybody at this point in time is kind of rebelling. Now, this comes actually from my native teachings, the indigenous teachings. And everything for a community is that of a circle. There's usually three principal ones in the heart, in the center, which would be like a chief, a medicine person, and a holy person. So we have those three aspects. And from that, it branches out like the rings. Like if you were to drop a drop of water that goes into a pond, you have the rings going out. Well, those rings come back into the center again. So everyone is included, everyone has a voice, and no one is ever left out. So this is like if we're building a business or we're building a community, because quite honestly, that triangle is still in the mass consciousness as we're bringing businesses forward, in any capacity, whether it's on the web or a brick and mortar, it matters not. um, there was one gentleman, and I'm sorry, I do not remember his name. He actually came, I believe, from Turkey. Don't hold me to it. He brought and developed a yogurt. And again, I'm sorry, on my mind, I'm focused on something else. But the yogurt is a thicker yogurt and begins with an O. Anyway, in his business, he started here with absolutely like $20 to his name. Got the business up, and you know what he did? The proceeds, all of the when the business went public or whatever, he gave those stocks back to his employees, because without the employees he would have no business. And so this was a mechanism for the first time that I actually saw, like those rings, those circular rings being implemented. And it's just an idea. Like I said, I'm just putting it out there. I am not a business strategist, marketer, or anything like that. I understand energy. And so I just thought I would put that out there for you guys because there's so many creative people and so many different diverse passions here. And if we can just have that consideration in the background or foreground of our consciousness as we move forward and build, this is the flow. This is it's the flow. That's all I'll say. But thank you so much for letting me
Yeah,
give my 2 cents.
no, that's great. That's great. And it makes total sense in a way, because why rebuild the same thing that's already been built in context of what Lauren's doing. I think that ought to be more of a circle than a triangle where you know the few at the top might benefit and everybody else has to kind of struggle amongst themselves. So no, in terms of what Lauren's community is, I think that leaning in that direction makes a lot more sense. So thanks. I think that's a great
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, it's just, because there's so many different businesses. It's like how could that be implemented? These are things where we're all creators. We have, you know, at our disposal many different aspects. These are just those little things. I cannot say how anybody would do it in a specific business or on the web or programming or anything like that. But if just to have that consideration, I think you might see a whole lot of different results.
Well, I think I attended a meeting several months ago with a DAO that was using like a totally democratic process based on uh, the person's ownership interest in it. And I think it was like a DAO that was directed towards deciding what projects to fund, what projects were best to fund with what they had. So I'll have to go back and look into that. But that's a good idea, what you're saying. I mean, that would probably work.
I love the thoughts that Artisan has on this, and my mind was going the same direction. Over the course of the last 2 years, I've been thinking very deeply about the possibility of starting community and what that requires in the physical world. And she hits on the very important point of there's this unseen realm of the dynamic between the leadership or the authority and what I might call the dependent. And the primary the I see the reasons that so many of our social structures are broken is because we live in a system where the dependents are responsible for the quality of the relationship, which is absurd when you have a little baby. But um, in practice, the mothers that lose their cool with their kids are teaching them from the very beginning that um, your emotions don't matter, what you're thinking doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the direction of the authorities' emotions and such. And so I see that as the key to unlocking all of these possibilities in this space, that when we can start to get our relationships in the real world fixed, and when we can start to recognize the dysfunction of our current system and how the relationship works, I see that as the key to unlocking the sort of heaven on earth of our physical world. And I think that will create that safe space of love and acceptance and abundance. It'll even transform the way we treat the ground we walk upon and what communities we choose to live within based upon how their authority structure works.
You're right. Sure. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So what you guys are saying is blockchain technology. This is mathematical consensus protocol, like allowing everybody to have a voice. But then if you're in the mathematical minority, you also have to submit your ego to the truth in that case, right?
Right.
So there is a framework here, and it's blockchain technology, and it doesn't mean that it's going to solve everything, but it creates some parameters, right, and some accountability measures and some verification, right, around something that operates on code, and something that is very reliable and proven itself reliable in moving trillions of dollars back and forth across this planet for over a decade. So I trusted in being able to maybe move information. But what I think Artisan was saying is extremely important. There is still some centralization here. There's no way that there is going to be any initiative kind of pushed forward without like that original spark or ember or that innovation or human spirit of that particular individual trying to press that idea forward. It doesn't mean that that individual can alone fix the entire world themselves. What I think, and to going back to what we were talking about before, is we're not bringing a third of the planet to work. Like, we're operating a global company right now, and we're not even giving a third of those people clean drinking water, food, or healthcare, or access to anything. If we, what Healthy is saying, if we brought those people online, and I don't mean just online like the World Wide Web, I mean online in life, we would strike a chord of efficiency that would melt people's brains. Like,
Right, but how do
what Healthy was saying, we have plenty of resources for us to all live in luxury of abundance. In fact, this is something that's called post scarcity, and it actually would be a reality if we could get out of our own way. So you're absolutely right. The tools are great. We need a lot of work.
I agree.
Yeah, just very quickly, because I will have to be leaving. I'm sorry. I just had to come up and say something very quickly. Remember, whether within any structured business or anything, the three elements would really be that of, okay, so you'd have a major decision maker that goes along with what the populace would like to go. You have that spiritual aspect, and you also have the medicine aspect, that what's good and healthy for the people. So if you have those three elements, the idea is, in any decision that is ever made, it is always looked at 7 generations forward. How would this decision, or moving forward in any capacity, end up affecting the children in the 7th generation? And if there is any discord or could be harmful, then guess what? Then that direction is not specifically voted on. Okay, so but the three components, the three major ones, is that you have the I don't know, you could call it the director or whatever, the medicine aspect, the healing aspect, and the spiritual aspect. So therefore, you have many of the bases already covered. So I'm going to take my leave, and I'm going to leave it to all you great creators out there. I just had to put that premise out there for you. But thank you so very much. It's been an honor to be here.
Thank you so much.
I want to welcome Nathan to the room. It's the first time he's been here. Welcome to the Syndicate, Nathan. I posted a tweet at the top that says, and it's authored by Nathan, today we raised 145 mil to fund bootstrappers here on Twitter. Today we raised 145 million to fund bootstrappers here on Twitter. Does that sound like you? Get up to $3 million in non-dilutive capital overnight from Founder Path. Now, it's funny because we often, have discussions about startups and blah, blah, blah. And to be honest with you, we kind of treat startups with kid gloves in this room. You know what I mean by that?
Oh, I
When
know.
I say when we treat startups with kid gloves? Nathan does not treat startup with kid gloves. And so if you'd like to hear a perspective of the people who are actually giving out money on a daily, if not hourly, if not minute basis with using software, check out Nathan's software. If you are delivering and you have monthly recurring revenue, people are willing to fall over themselves to give you non-dilutive capital. That's all I want to say.
Problem is generating monthly revenue. We're
That's
spending money.
okay.
If he
That's
wants,
not a
if he
problem. No,
wants
no,
to give
no.
money to, yeah,
That's not a problem, because if you don't solve that problem when you come to the VC, it's my company now, founder. I own 99%. Fuck you. That's what happens.
yeah, I hear you. If I could make one comment to also what Artisan was just saying, to go back to that very briefly, I think the leader, or leaders at the top, their real role is to just be a facilitator, and just allocate resources, a strategic allocator of resources. And we can use technologies to actually help distribute those resources while having a voice for all the people through the type of structure that Laura's talking about, or a DAO, or whatever we want to call it. A DAO is still going to have a centralized component, or an original founder, or somebody who set those ethos and values in motion and is either maintaining those through consistency and showing up every day and standing by those values and having the courage not to shake on those values when someone says, here's a check for, right? And that is the real thing, is we need to create, like I was saying before, technological infrastructure that protects the people from those people even themselves. And if we can create those structures of accountability, there is no politics, right? Politics does not play a role. Politics is not measurable. Politics is only measurable in fear, right? Data and science is measurable in truth. And so I just think that identifying true leadership, right, and then allowing that person to facilitate and strategically allocate resources based on giving everybody a voice in that process, is in my opinion, a great way that we can move forward from our current reality, where we have all these symbols and institutions that we've already kind of, we've already bricked ourselves into a corner, for a long time. So we got to start breaking those down, and that doesn't happen overnight, right? Sorry.
DJ, what's going on, DJ?
Hey everybody, good afternoon. Been listening to the conversation for a bit here. Figured I'd come up and add my 2 Satoshis. Like everything you guys have been talking about here is very, very interesting, because all of these problems that you guys bring up, like you mentioned, how do we build like a sustainable business? How do we build a better world? All these problems that, like, why are people not willing to work? Why is there an unhealthy market potentially happening? I think that all of these issues stem from a corruption of money. So I'm just wondering if you guys agree with that. Like, do you see the money, like the US dollar and like the fiat currencies, being an issue, or do you not see it that way?
Yeah, I mean, from somebody who worked in capital markets and managed $500 million a month ago, you're 100% right. In fact, unfortunately, there are forces. This is when I said I've got to wage a war of compassion. We have to wage a war of compassion together against this, because this is not kumbaya. And no, there basically, in some form or fashion, you're using an onboarding or offboarding ramp into USD, USDC, or what will be a digital US dollar, right? So
right, currently,
yeah,
but we don't have to have it that way, right? Like, so that's kind of the whole point, is to get away from that system. So
yeah,
like, you're
but
right, currently there are those on-ramps, and currently people care about the like price, but that's not the end goal. Like, that's why I really appreciated Artisans coming up, Shadow Fox, because she mentioned that right now everything is like from top down and not in that healthy circular style, right? Where everyone is helping one another, and because everyone is helping themselves and helping one another, like it's a healthy system, right? That can continue to work, right? Whereas right now it's top down, like somebody else mentioned, how like the owner of the company will be drinking the bottle and then giving a little bit back to the employees. I think it was a little bit more vulgar in my imagination there. It was something about spit back, right? And we don't want to give people spit back because that's when they quit. That's when they don't feel the motivation to work and be a part of the team, because you're not a part of the team if you're a slave to the system, right? Then you're just a slave. So we should just call it how it is. So I think that's why so many people right now are figuring out like ways how to not be a slave anymore, how to be free, how to be a self-sovereign individual. And I think at the end of the day, naturally, we all want to be that self-sovereign individual. That's why there's so much push for people to be entrepreneurs naturally. It's not even hard to convince someone to be an entrepreneur because they naturally want to be an entrepreneur. They naturally want to work for themselves and with a team because they realize that, hey, they can't do everything. Like I think New York, you mentioned that you realized that like you can't be the guy running around to everybody and helping everybody. Like you have to have a team working with you, not for you, but with you. So this is where, a new monetary system that takes away the corruption of this top-down mentality would fix all of these issues and would provide equality for everyone in the system, no matter how rich or how poor. It would kind of give a circular kind of system where everyone can work together and work with each other while also, having stake enough in it for themselves that like it matters, that they know that their value, their time, their energy won't be diluted from the top down.
Yeah, but what do you think about the statement, people don't want freedom, they want a fair master?
Well, that's the facilitator part, right? So
Well, no. I don't agree with this fair master thing because I think that's a misrepresentation of what true leadership is. Like when Artisans was talking and she mentioned like I forget how she worded it, but the word I think she was looking for was leader, right? Like there's nothing wrong with having a leader. It's a good thing to have a leader. You need leaders because in times of stress, people don't want to lead. People want to just give that over to someone else maybe. But at the end of the day, if people are healthy and people are happy, then they will lead because they're going to be motivated. Whereas right now, everyone is kind of depressed because of the system that they're put into, that they're trained to be depressed. They're raised, they're indoctrinated, they're programmed so that they can be better followers to be depressed.
Leader has to provide vision. So the leader is supposed to be telling everybody, stop trying to screw a new shiny screw into a mechanical horse. We're building an automobile.
Yeah, I mean, I think my point was simple that like a lot of the ideas that are coming up right now in businesses is very like high time preference. How do I make a profit today for tomorrow? And that's it. And it's just the same consumerism, the same thing that we've been indoctrinated into, right? Like, yeah, just go out, make a profit, come back, pay us taxes, move on, just keep being a cog in the wheel. Whereas like to Artisan's point, in this community that she described, they think 7 generations out. That's a very low time preference, and that's a healthy time preference. That's why people lived longer and were healthier. And if we actually included that kind of mentality in today's high-tech world, then I think people would live even longer and there would be abundance and there would be, a better world for everyone because we would be thinking long-term, So you gotta, like, I forget who was talking earlier, talking about how like they're not thinking about it right. Like I agree, some people are not thinking about it right, but some people are, right? And so if you build your foundation on money that actually works for everyone and not just for the few, then I think your business will thrive.
That 7 generation thing, though, takes vision. Think about that, right? The fact is that it takes vision to see where things will actually be 7 generations out. And as technology is compounding on itself at such an enormous rate right now, the problem is actually we find ourselves paralyzed into following the same symbols, institutions, and faith-based, origins that we have come from in the
And
past.
this has existed since the Egyptians and hieroglyphs. What we're talking about is not, this is a human thing that has existed. And you know how India solved this? We created the caste system. This stratification has always existed. Has always existed. I talked to Gene yesterday, and he wrote a thread called Bitcoin Doesn't Fix Anything. And I think the major point is, fuck the technology. The technology is solved. It's there. What are you going to do with it? And in the crucible of execution, you're going to learn things that are going to surprise you. We have enough information to know that founders are not visionaries. Founders are simply people that fail a lot of times and end up creating something that they didn't intend to create with manifest and latent benefits. Nobody has a perfect vision of the future. Maybe hold on. Crypto Swarm AI actually has a perfect vision of the future, but that's a different topic.
Yo, what up, Peter? Speak your mind.
Some things there that I agree with and some things that I disagree with. I think the whole Web 3.0 model sort of, especially with things like Twitter Spaces and everything else that's going on with this metaverse stuff, really is encouraging community building more than anything. Like, you can look at all the VR stuff and all the AR stuff and whatever, but it's really trying to focus on these kind of spaces where people come together and talk and have a voice. And that's a beautiful thing, above all else. But as far as kind of
I
like
agree.
businesses and money and stuff go, I don't think it's money that corrupts people. I think it's just human selfishness. Like, once you get power, once you get a sense of leadership, some people just get carried away with it. It's not even about the money at that point. It's about having control. And I think that's an innate human kind of desire, because we all want to have control over our lives. We all want to have control over the way the universe flows. We all have some kind of perfect vision of how the world should be. But the reality is it's not. Like, it just isn't that way. People all have different opinions. People all have different voices. And we need to incorporate that into our models more than anything else. Because if we don't view those things, we don't engage with those communities, then we're completely missing the fucking point, whether we're giving people back money, whether we're giving them opportunities or whatever. And I think, like, whatever it is that I do, I'm still to this day, like, I'm responding to messages and just, like, catching up on conversations with people just because, like, someone might have messaged me a month ago, like a message request just saying, like, this or that. And I feel rude if I don't respond to them, even if it takes me, like, a year to get back to them, for example. Like, I'll eventually get to it. But that's just, like, the inclusiveness part, I'll try and take on board what people say. But I think it gets to that point where those people that do feel that sense of, like, okay, so now I'm leading the way, and it's going to be my way or the highway, they just get carried away, that they ignore those voices. And I think that's where the Web 3.0 sort of thing comes into play. That's just my little sort of, that's my take from
You're
that.
right. No, you're right. I think I have the same, convictions. I feel like leadership should be, distributed amongst the communities. I feel like the communities, they should be the governing bodies, like all together, like as some sort of consensus in each sector, right? So, for instance, artisans, talking about, all these three different sectors, and they need to have like leadership over all of them. But I believe that each sector should have its own leadership, and then everybody should just be able to, respect each other and respect each other's decisions on business, and just understand that, hey, dude, this is not your fucking lane. You stay in your fucking lane. I'll govern this how we, see it's fit, and you govern your shit. And that's the thing that people don't understand, is that, like you were saying, there's a lot of selfishness, and people, despite being in different fields, always feel that, they can do a better job than somebody who's a master in a certain subject. So yeah, definitely selfishness all the way. I don't think it's a monetary thing. I think it's just a power struggle. Like, people, want to be the most powerful voice in the room.
Lauren, artisan, New York. Lauren, Artisan New York. Lauren, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think that, yeah, you're going to have leaders in certain lanes, but I think what is the most powerful thing that you could have with any group, otherwise, would be cross pollinating. I love using the law of polarity, taking people that have polar opposite perspectives and then finding the middle ground. Otherwise, you continue in this echo chamber. And then there's the other aspects, right? Like I look at it as a circle. Like when I started the arc, like the vision that I had was a circle with a compass. Like you have north and south, you have complete polarity of groups of people. But at the end of the day, we all put our pants on the same way, right? And so then you have the other aspects, the people that are in between. And so every single person has top talents, right? Top talents and things that they're really good at. But what happens is that when we get so confined to certain groups, we miss out on so much because every person has a blind spot, every group has a blind spot, and we see that everyday reality. And so I think that I just wanted to add that it's crucial. I think it's critical for humankind as a whole to allow ourselves to create those environments of cross-pollinating ideas. That's how you truly get in depth with gap analysis and finding those like bottlenecks and processes and along the way. Without it, then we get into these ruts.
Artisan?
Yes. Please forgive me. I'd really just like to ask a question, and I'm very uncomfortable in asking this question. Because I know there's many different communities out here and trying to help others. And my husband and we don't have this. There's no like business structure thing we're doing, nothing like that. But my husband and I have written a book, and I have found I'm having a little difficulty actually getting it out there. I've tried a couple of different avenues, and it really hasn't come to fruition. And my guides keep telling me that it should be more on the idea of self publication. And I really do not have, like my funds are allocated and I don't know how to ask. I don't know how to access. I don't know how to ask for help to get this book out there. It's not going to be that much, but right now it's like my funds are allocated and it's like I don't know where to go, who to ask. Any help would be greatly appreciated. Please recognize that at this point in time, this is a great vulnerability for me because I specifically, I don't ask, and um, I don't, but I do know that the information that is in this book can help so many people, and I'm just trying to get it out there. So can someone direct me, like, who to talk to, or how can I apply for something, or anything at this point in time? Because I do not have the technical skills. It's not like I can design a book cover. I may, if I were to do that, I'd have to go with a hybrid type of thing. And I'm just asking for help,
Hey
suggestions.
Mike. Hey Mike, was it Mohit who wrote the book?
Right.
Or
That's what.
who was the guy that wrote the book? Like
Right.
I
Mohit
couldn't hear.
Rajans, he's at Mohit's Movies, created an ebook Amazon bestseller. And he's one of the few people that have done it. The other person is Legacy. Legacy has grown accounts from 90 followers to 20,000 using the power of threads. There are a number of syndicate nodes that would be able to bring their thinking to bear in an effective way on this.
Put it on
Thank
chain.
Thank. I don't know what chain is. I seriously, like I said, I'm like, oh my gosh.
I can
I'm
help
listening.
you.
I have pen and paper.
I could help with this. In fact, that article that I pinned at the top is a blockchain powered publication. I write this on a weekly basis. I mint it to chain, and the article is the unlockable content. It takes you back to the file itself. I mean, so you could release one page of your book every day. Imagine keeping people waiting every single day for that one page. I mean, that's just one little idea, right? But you probably saw that movie, Misery. You could get real creative with it, right? But I'm
Dude,
saying you could have
that's
embedded
beautiful.
royalty into this.
To talk about misery, Stephen King released The Green Mile as a series of 6 small chapter books. And at one point, The Green Mile became so popular that like all 6 books were on the New York Times bestseller because he serial released the books. You know, people were
Multiple
dying for the
assets.
next book.
This is
Dude,
what we used to do with music and albums. We would record an EP and then we would drop each song as its own single for the next 6 to 12 months, and then
Ben,
you release the EP.
genius,
You got to drag the
genius.
asset.
Are you
Yeah.
listening to this?
Yeah, this is artisan. You and I can talk about this. I mean, we could even find an artist to put together a cover that you could be proud of and that you have input into and vision for. And you'd have to kind of come up with a vision board, in my opinion, and partner with an artist. And in fact, you could even extend, right, that person a royalty on the smart contract itself to compensate them for that art. So you might not even need to pay for something like that up front. And then there may be other people who are altruistic or will be able to help out. Like I would be willing to explore how much it would take to mint this to publication. But I think you should own it yourself. And like you were saying, you don't need to get into a big publishing house. In fact, I would use blockchain technology as a way to differentiate yourself as an author who is now minting this stuff to chain and owning your artistry, and use that as like the marketing and branding effort behind it, and the fact that you are the asset and you're not going to a big publication house because you don't need to.
Yeah, I would love to speak with you. And again, you're to me, you guys are all speaking geek. I mean, I'm trying to understand this. Please forgive me.
You don't need to understand it all. We can help. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Please, I would at this point in time, I'm really just looking for some form of a direction here because, I don't understand how to release those things. I would like to release the book and kind of like be done with it, simply because, yeah. But anything at this point in time, I would just love some assistance just to do so. I would love to be able to talk with you. Thank you
So
for
artisans,
offering.
I don't or Shadow Fox, I don't know if you remember this, but back in, I don't know, March or April, I was doing live readings on Twitter, and I said to you, I said
I
that,
remember
yep, and what was the goal that we set?
September 2nd.
Yeah, and here we are in August, and here you are asking for help and for direction, and you still have plenty of time between now and September 2nd.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lauren,
You
I
can actually go for grants.
great
There's
character.
some there's a bunch of crypto grants out there, and some of them for education. So I would look into that, and that might solve your problem. Plus,
Crypto
I
Swarm, is
take
that you?
yeah, I take super offense to being not called a visionary.
Yeah. It's very briefly. Would you mind telling the group, because I know there's a few people who don't know what you do. Can you very briefly talk to them about what Crypto Swarm and Unanimous is doing in the predictive market space?
Yeah, we just make predictions, and we've been doing it for 7 years. We work for the United Nations. We work for the United States Air Force. We work for we worked for Jeff Bezos for a bit. He asked us some questions. We found an answer for him. We work for sports teams. We work for hedge funds. What we're doing is we use human intelligence instead of focusing on artificial intelligence. We just use artificial intelligence to correlate the human intelligence, so acting like a human swarm of intelligence. So we take everybody's intelligence and research and insight, and we funnel it into answers. And we predict one of the famous ones we did. We predicted first, second, third, and fourth of the Kentucky Derby in 2016.
if you want to find out more, I mean, my project is too long to do a real pitch for it. I mean, the best bet is to go to my Discord and watch my TED Talk. We've changed our project so that everybody can get involved because now if you buy one of the original 300, when we do our second mint, you'll get a second NFT so that you can sell that one. And so you get two NFTs for the price of one. And when we sell the second NFT, it's going to be at 1.5 ETH because when we start showing our results on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube and everywhere, like we do already, I mean, you can go look at our pass map. You'll see that it's an investment just in buying the NFT.
Yeah,
You
and
go
that
for
crypto
it.
swarm AI, that tool, that your project's pretty cool, my guy. I like it a lot. So if everybody, if they didn't get the gist of what he just said, crypto swarm AI is a human intelligence slash artificial intelligence fusion of some sorts where they get a swarm going on where it's 300 participants that go in there and they are answering certain questions, and then they submit that data to the artificial intelligence using human interaction, and they come up with certain outcomes, and they were able to predict some cool stuff. What did y'all predict so far?
You can go. One of the really cool things is we predicted when Donald Trump, before he entered office as president, we predicted the number of his percentage of people that would be happy with his job in 100 days exactly. We also picked 95% of the Oscars, 95.5% on the Oscars, and we do about 95% every year. We just did especially well this year. We do really, really well with insight predictions. When we work at the United Nations, we actually predict where the next famine is going to occur. So, I mean, we're bringing that power that we've brought to countries and Fortune 500 companies, including hedge funds, and we're bringing it to the regular man, like everybody here. Uh, you guys probably couldn't pick a restaurant if you tried, if you wanted to all pick it somewhere to eat. But with our software, you can actually pick a crypto project that you want to invest in.
New York.
Cool. Yeah, that's a really cool project. I love how everyone got silent because predictive analytics is like somewhat complicated, and in fact, we're using some of this in Manhattan within
Oh,
like HR systems and things. So I'd love to talk to
oh,
you
oh,
about
oh, oh.
it
You
sometime.
guys, Josh is here. He's the business manager of our project. So can you get Josh up here talking?
Absolument. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? So what I'm going to do is let me invite you to co-host, if you don't mind. So yeah, the prediction markets is very interesting. Unanimous AI, which is the kind of core company run by Dr. Louis Rosenberg. If you look at their patents, it's pretty impressive. They have a background in the military, and who has more access to data than the military? I put up a link to the top that gives you a very quick, shallow dive on what they've done already and what they're doing in the future.
Cool. If I could make a comment too, this is something that people should really pay attention to. Is cap-weighted market indexes. So if you think about it, the S&P 500, right? People think it might be an equal weighting of 500 of the largest companies in the U.S. markets. That's wrong. 30% of the S&P 500 is in 13 companies. Okay. So 30% mathematically of the S&P 500 is in 13 companies. Was about 33% at the end of last year, but then we had a huge downturn, right? So you can kind of see the problem here is that we've created product bubbles, not necessarily market bubbles. So every dollar that gets added to the S&P 500 index overweights, right, to those 13, 15, whatever, the top companies in the index. Well, in a very, very new budding market, there's not a lot of liquidity in many assets in these markets, right? So Bitcoin and Ethereum are really the big main liquidity pools. So we've created crypto index products that ETFs, exchange traded funds, exchange traded notes, mutual funds will all be linked to. And when we have definition and regulation, there's going to be huge amounts of capital that flood indiscriminately per the allocation of those indexes. And that index is 35% in Bitcoin, 35% in Ethereum, and then about 9 or 10 other altcoins.
Yeah, so Josh, and welcome Josh Sitzer. He is our business manager for CryptoSwarm AI as well as Unanimous AI. There are some people here that have questions for you. I can tell you that. So you're looking for one. The host definitely has questions. I think Dan has some questions, but yeah, ask away, people.
I was just curious, Josh, what were you? I always ask this question. What were you doing before you heard about Unanimous and CryptoSwarm?
Yeah, hey everyone. So I'm actually an employee of Unanimous AI. In fact, I'm employee number 4 at the company. I've been with them since 2015. So, um, so yeah, to answer your question, what I was doing before Unanimous AI. That's a long time ago at this point, but I'm not sure if that's what you were getting at.
I would love to know what you were doing before you joined. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually worked at a couple different technology companies in the mobile telecom space. Large one that you've heard of, Sprint, which is now part of T-Mobile, but also in the mobile app space and mobile advertising space. And currently, since 2015, I've been the chief business officer at Unanimous AI. And so helping Unanimous make its way in the Web 2 world. We've got dozens of Fortune 500 customers. I think I heard somebody mention the military. We are very proud to announce that we have contracts. We have 2 different contracts actually with the United States Air Force. We've worked with the United Nations, a bunch of brands that you've heard of, which you can see their logos on our website. But yeah, happy to be here with y'all.
Who
So
else
I
has
just wanted to. Yeah,
you
go
have,
ahead.
you
Go
have a
ahead.
lot of questions. You didn't make it to the AMA, so I know you have like a list of questions that you had.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just clipping that answer because it was freaking amazing. What was the mandate back when this first started out? I can't imagine. I mean, I can imagine somewhat what it's like to be the 4th employee of a space, but what was the thinking back then when you started? Because for you to join something as the 4th employee, you must have really turned your life upside down from going to Sprint, which employs what, hundreds of thousands of people, to now being the 4th. What was that like? Why'd you do it?
Yeah, in just a couple of words, his name's Dr. Louis Rosenberg. I got a chance.
Good answer.
I had a chance to meet Louis, and Louis, his track record goes back about 25 years. He started a company in the late 90s. He was a PhD student at Stanford and got a research position at the Air Force and developed one of the very first augmented reality platforms in the world. He turned that work into a company called Immersion Corp. If you check your I know you guys are all into equities as well. Immersion Corp is still publicly traded on the NASDAQ. That's a company that Louis started from a blank sheet of paper in the late 90s and turned it into what is now a very successful NASDAQ company. He sold out of all of his interest in the NASDAQ and basically was a professor at Cal Poly for several years before he got the bug to start another company, and he got excited about the artificial intelligence space, and specifically this alternative to what I would call traditional artificial intelligence that we call artificial swarm intelligence or swarm AI, which essentially is, instead of replacing people with algorithms, we connect people with algorithms to make them significantly smarter together as a group collective intelligence. So anyway, to answer your question, I met Louis, and after talking with him for a while, I knew that I wanted to be a part of what he was working on. And so, yeah, to your point, I dropped what I was doing and joined up with him.
I imagine a lot of people looked at him and didn't take the leap of faith. What was it like? Because you guys basically created Neuralink before Neuralink, right? And so what was it like? What were the looks that people gave you when you first started telling them about what you wanted to do?
Yeah, great question. First of all, when in the beginning, we weren't sure what the use case was for this technology. In fact, I'm almost embarrassed to say at first we thought it could be just kind of a fun social network, like a group chat on steroids. And some of our first efforts were in that regard, trying to turn it into a social network. But what we realized very quickly is that the power of this technology, more so than the engagement aspect of it, which is significant. People actually enjoy being a part of swarms. Um, but what was more powerful and more interesting and more valuable was the intelligence that the technology can generate, whether you're trying to make predictions, forecasts, evaluations, simply answer questions more intelligently. We realized that's where the power of it was. So I'd say in the early days, people thought we were a little bit wacky social network, but once we figured out really what this can be good for, people have definitely taken us a lot more seriously.
If people wanted to be a part of your project, either as an employee, a contractor, an investor, a swarm member, what would they do? Because I know a lot of people probably want to be like, how do I throw money at this right now? You know what I mean? There's other people saying, yo, I would love to work there, right? So other people would be like, hey, I want to take part of a swarm. How would they participate?
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of ways to be candid that we could bring people in, other than this new project, which Crypto Swarm AI, aka Ken, has been talking about. This is a brand new project that we're working on that is democratizing what we do to a certain extent, rather than working just with private clients. Um, this project is going to be open to the public. I don't know how much Ken mentioned before I got on, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking about our project. I don't want to break the
Oh,
rules.
you absolutely can. I'm
Okay.
just short of breath today.
Okay. So, so basically, what this project is all about is bringing people with knowledge and expertise in the crypto markets together. Um, and the mechanism is we're going to be minting an NFT on August 31st, and people who purchase that NFT will be members of this crypto investing swarm, and we'll be gathering initially 3 times a week to make forecasts and predictions about the crypto markets, solely for the benefit of our members. So initially, we're going to mint this to just 300 people. We're going to have follow-on mints as well, and you can read about it on our website at cryptoswarm.ai. But it's open to anybody with an interest in the crypto markets. And yeah, so that's the way to answer your question. That's the way right now to, if you're interested, if you think this is cool, if you think this is exciting, that's a way that you can get involved. And particularly, I gather that this is somewhat of an investing interested group. This might be up your alley.
In the room, we have a mix of capital, people, process, and technology. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I had a question. Can you talk at a high level sort of how it works? Like I saw on the website the Boeing example. I was curious, is this more of like you kind of go into Boeing and meet with leadership and sort of create an internal solution for them to sort of get the swarm intelligence from all employees and then sort of use it for optimizations within the company, or is it more of maybe it's Boeing and its strategic guidance, like for example, which direction to take in maybe XYZ project? Do then maybe you're creating an instance of data capture with outside groups. I guess the big question I kind of wonder about is, you have to, if you're doing a lot of data mining, you have to probably go on other playgrounds to data mine, right? Twitter and other places. Are you doing that, or are you sort of create your own playground, bring your population there, put them in an incubator over time, and really not only hone in on what their answer is, but their actual pattern of truth and whether or not they are actually a source of truth? That's one of the problems with Twitter, is a source of truth and the quality of the truth that you find and whatnot. Can you talk a little bit about how that works?
Sure. A lot to unpack there, but let me see if I can answer the second part first, which was your question about data mining. So our philosophy is that we don't explicitly deal with other data. We believe in the data that exists between the ears of humans, and each of us is walking around with this massive data set in our brains. And so our philosophy is let's get the right people together, have them log into our technology platform, which again is called Swarm. They log into that platform, and they are then able to put their heads together and answer questions as a single unified super intelligence that is smarter than any of the individuals on their own, that takes advantage of all of their collective expertise, fills in each other's gaps, and creates a new set of intelligence that didn't exist before they got together. Now, if you're at Boeing or at one of our clients, you could take that piece of intelligence and bounce it off of other data sets. You could have leaders in the company consider that piece of intelligence to make a decision. There's lots of things that you could do with it. We can
What happened there?
I have no idea why that happened.
I was clipping the space actually.
I tell you,
I
the
basically
Twitter
was like,
UI is super sensitive now. I have no idea.
sorry about that. Hey, we didn't want. I was just clipping the space to say how unanimous AI beat Elon Musk to creating Neuralink. Josh, keep please going.
Please continue.
Yes, sorry about that. I don't know where I got cut off. Can you hear me now?
Roger.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, what I was saying is we're not data mining. We're providing a new data point, if you will, a new piece of intelligence for our customers that they can then use to make better decisions. And those use cases are very varied. So
Yeah.
at Boeing, for example, used the technology uh, with a group of human factors engineers who are wanting to redesign the cockpit of a certain, I think it was an Apache helicopter. And what they did is they had like an internal focus group, almost, if you will, of pilots come in and evaluate the new cockpit design and then get together on our platform to answer questions about it. And that provided Boeing with some data, some intelligence from its frontline users, its pilots, on the new cockpit design, and they could use that to then fine tune the design and make it better. But the use cases vary completely depending on the client. We have hedge funds who are using it with their analyst teams to do market forecasts of equities, of indices, whatever it might be. The United Nations used the technology with its with a specific group within the UN that assesses countries around the world for risk of famine, and based on those assessments, it allocates humanitarian aid dollars accordingly. And so they're bringing their experts onto the platform to evaluate countries for famine risk. So it's a really big, important stuff. And using that intelligence that they couldn't get any other way, this collective intelligence of their global team of experts to allocate that humanitarian aid. So it totally varies, but in every case, it's generating its own unique
Right.
intelligence.
But basically, the model is you're building an instance, a mobile app or platform. People go into that platform. They know that's all I was trying to understand is how much of it was either controlled, right, decently controlled, versus wildly random. You're going to try to track sentiment off the web and a bunch of other stuff. So that helped a lot. That's all I was asking. Thanks.
Yeah, and could I just ask, with all this information that we're collecting, how are we mobilizing behind that information? So, what is the actual like infrastructure that's being set in place to allocate the appropriate resources to those areas of the Earth once they are identified, and removing systems of politics from that, and just removing that human error and human emotion out of that process?
Not sure I totally understand the question. Maybe you could unpack that for me a little bit so I can.
Well, I suppose having all this good information and determination on certain things is great. So if we say, okay, this is, the place in Nigeria that needs the most, allocation of clean drinking water right now, or whatever we determine, right? How are we then mobilizing behind that determination, right? Because it's more so the accountability measures and the infrastructure that's being set in place to execute that with that better information.
Yeah, so I would answer that by saying, for good or for bad, that's not up to us. We're providing the infrastructure for the UN to glean better intelligence. It's not up to them to decide what to do with it. They can follow the recommendations that came from their swarm, or they can do something completely different, and that's totally up to them. Going back to our Crypto Swarm AI project, we're going to get together a group of 300 crypto investors, and they're going to make forecasts about crypto markets, and they are going to get intelligence reports from those sessions. It's not up to them how to make investment decisions based on that. What we're providing is the intelligence. It's up then to our clients or to the participants to figure out what is best to do with that.
Understood. And I would say, it sounds like you've got a really successful venture going here. Obviously, I mean, you could take my opinion for what it is, but I would find ways to create a layer of infrastructure above that decision making to allocate resources appropriately to those things using blockchain technologies and some of these systems for the better of themselves. Because if we're just giving this information to the people who have driven us in the wrong direction multiple times over, many cases they're using that to understand what we're capable of on the other side to actually play offense and defensive measures against that. And so, I mean, I understand that's more of a philosophical thing of whether you agree that, the corporations are keeping us down or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, this, just, I would say, be careful of where this information is going and how it's being used. And I know that's not really your responsibility, which is why I'm not like putting you on the spot. You are doing what you said you're doing, right? You're being very open and honest and transparent about that. I guess I'm just saying, like, I think there's power in actually executing beyond having that data, but utilizing that data to collectively help everyone get better together and not
But
necessarily.
that's where I went, like where I had went back and said that it's better to have a large group of communities that stay in their lane and have someone utilize their resources and whatever they specialize in, because if that's the direction that you would like to take New York, you could totally get with Josh and get utilize their data set to make that happen. Nobody's stopping that from happening. So like everything that all the ideas that you have, Josh is providing these resources and tools to us. Like, let Josh do his thing. That's what he's good at. This is what he thrives at. This is what, Unanimous AI, this is what they specialize in. For them to go into other sectors, I feel like we're going to dilute the talent and the quality of the services that they're providing. So those are just my two senses.
No, yeah, and more so, I offer it as a suggestion of like how their own organization could become more powerful and actually even more meaningful than But it's just it's just a thought. But you're right. I mean, what Laura's trying to do is actually pretty on par with what you're talking about too, right? Is creating these micro communities of people who can fill each other's gaps, right? And not everybody has the same experiences. I mean, everything that has brought you to where you are today is very, very unique, right? And if we can lean on those things, and if we can fly this plane at 800 miles an hour while somebody's at the helm, somebody's fixing and putting some oil in downstairs, and see everyone's doing their own part. I agree with that. Yeah, and certainly these aren't criticisms, more so just brainstorming.
Well, a quick question for you, New York. Don't you think that would be something that Lauren's group idea could experiment with and use? We could use Crypto Swarm, for example, to assess governance, and based on that, allocate according to the, sentiment of the group.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Josh will interject. Josh, you can answer that question, right?
Sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat it?
Oh, they're talking about almost like a DAO that has governments, and we already have there's already a government solution.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the answers are solved. The right questions are yet theoretical.
Anybody else have a question? Below audience have a question that wants to become a speaker.
What are your thoughts of a cloud-based country?
I think he was like looking for a question more like, towards the unanimous AI.
Let's kind of keep him to crypto swarm and crypto and stuff. He's a real busy guy, and it was a pleasure to him just drop in here. He doesn't normally do that, so I just want to please keep it to crypto swarm or unanimous questions.
And I'll just say I don't know that I have a good answer for that question. That's a great question, and I was thinking before Ken spoke up. I don't have a good answer for you, but I'm happy to answer stuff in my domain where I might be able to give you something intelligent.
So, Josh, now that you've taken over and are, unless there's someone else that's predicting the Kentucky Derby, someone else that's predicting the Oscars, what's left for you to conquer?
So first of all, I don't view it at all as something that we've conquered, particularly when you're talking about things like sports, where there's always going to be a little bit of luck involved. And anybody who tells you that they can predict something like a sporting event with certainty, or markets for that matter with certainty, they're lying. It's not possible to have a crystal ball.
Yeah, you need to have the referees as a part of the swarm.
Yeah, not to mention, beyond the referees, how about an injury that happens? You've got this great prediction, and the quarterback gets injured on the first play of the game, and they're playing with their backup quarterback, just as an example. So we certainly haven't conquered sports predictions. We certainly haven't conquered market predictions. What we think we've done is we've built a better way, a smarter way for people, specifically groups of people, to generate intelligence. And while it's not going to be perfect every single time, it is going to be better than the alternatives that are out there. And actually, going back to Louis Rosenberg, he actually built this technology as an alternative to machine learning style artificial intelligence. And there are all these fears of ascension AI coming to pass that may not have the best interest of humans in mind as it comes to be. Well, the idea of this technology is to keep humans in the loop, to make humans smarter together as a species, really, because with the current generation of this technology, we're doing some pretty interesting things, but future generations of this technology could allow us to solve some of these big problems that you guys are getting at, that maybe even problems that we can't conceive of.
Once we have like a huge hive mind, I mean, what we can do is pretty much endless. So that's what we're get to that goal. Zach has a question.
I'm going to have to choose my words very carefully here. In terms of the adoption of many of these technologies to military applications, there's the D3 alpha of decide, detect, deliver, and assess process incorporates the assessment of intelligence gathering, which is done through human means currently on the battlefield. I'm wondering if there's discussions about the application of these to increase human decision making on the battlefield by taking that intelligence and making predictions of enemy troop movements by integrating it into some of our fire's warfighting function software, and what you think the detriment that could be to the overall goal of using this long term in civilian applications.
Interesting question. So we actually think it would be fantastic if this technology was used on the battlefield to make really smart military decisions. I will tell you quite candidly right now, the applications that the Air Force is using us for are still currently very quote unquote back office. We're helping them manage the business side of the military by making smart investing decisions and supply chain management decisions, and we hope that if those projects are successful, that they will see the value in using this technology to make really mission critical decisions. Not that supply chain management isn't important, but battlefield decisions.
Sorry to jump in there, Josh, but I think understanding who the component command is that makes those kinds of decisions is going to get you in the door. I can have an offline conversation with you about the who needs to be brought into the loop, because this is exactly what you're trying to, where you see this going. I think I immediately saw this vision, and I have individuals I can talk with about this, but offline, non-recorded, obviously.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah, so
feel free to hit me up with a DM.
Yeah, I just followed you. I come into these groups and I bring a lot of the military decision-making process analog to some of these thoughts and ideas for immediate action. And where I work and what I do is connected to a lot of that very real-time, quick decision-making for tactical applications for the Army, at least. And while I am not one of the people making the decisions, I know who they are, and I've had this conversation with them about. Okay, hold on. Let me choose my words here. So in Ukraine, there are some technologies built in the UK off of Uber's algorithm to ensure that fires are sent to the correct delivery asset based on the required effects needed. And I know that there's the human aspect of making the decision in the loop, but I think that it can be even quicker made with some AI integrations, which we're not using currently. So really, we're having to build extremely mundane databases to try to take some of the human error out. And I think that there's a better way to do it. But we can have that conversation offline. Would love to connect, and I'll send you a message.
Go ahead, New York. I have a question after you.
Well, I just go back to like the potential incompleteness of like the data, right? And if we're like, I guess it depends on where this entire data set is coming from, and I'd have to understand more about that. But there's an inherent like incompleteness because of bounded rationality, right? So, and this also has the ability to become and kind of narrow itself. Like the technology itself has the ability to restrict us to like a new form of echo chamber that kind of keeps us in like a death roll. Because if this information is being used for bad intent, it doesn't change the same systems and cycles that we've been prey to, right? So I guess I'm just very worried that if this information is being sold to the highest bidder, and the highest bidder are centralized institutions who have propagated a problem of human suffering forever, what are we doing?
Just a quick question, Ali. Go ahead.
This conversation is blowing my mind because sometimes what I think about is like, do we actually live in a simulator? And your project basically like says we do, right? Because if we actually do live in a simulation, we should be able to, with 100% accuracy, predict what happens in the future. This is wild.
I think that that's because it's all based on everything we do in life is based on some sort of human psychology, even in everything we do, right? And I think that if what we're not really good at is taking ourselves and removing ourselves from analyzing that data and understanding the psychology objectively, which that's where AI can help us, is to objectively look at it and say, oh, hey, based on all of these data points, we know that psychologically this is what the outcome should be. Whereas I will never be able to remove myself, say, what they said with the Oscars is I will never be able to remove myself from my one tiny little connection to a movie, where AI will be able to, because it has a massive amount of data points. So maybe it is based on, maybe the simulation is what we're living in, but I think that what Josh is talking about is being able to have an objective view of the data, which then can lead humans to say, does this make sense, and give us the information we
But
need.
that assumes
No,
we
no,
want to
hold
do
on,
the right
hold on. I'm
thing.
gonna mute everybody. Okay, I think there's a misunderstanding. Josh, can you explain about human intelligence and artificial intelligence real quick?
Yeah, I think I know where you're going, Ken. So we start with the premise first and foremost that people are smart, and they're smarter than we think we are. We all go around with billions of neurons up in our brains and the trillions of different connections between those neurons, and so we tend to underestimate how intelligent each of us is, and then what's amazing, truly, is when we connect 10 or 20 or 50 or 100 of us together using swarm AI technology, where we can connect all those billions and billions, really trillions of neurons together to answer questions as a group. We fill in each other's gaps. We amplify the level of intelligence that each of us has, where the whole is definitely greater than the sum of the parts. And that's why we see, when we compare some of the predictions that we make to machine learning, not to mention more simple wisdom of crowds methods like simply taking a vote. The results, while not 100% accurate as much as we'd like them to be, they are definitely significantly amplified over those other means of intelligence, rivaling machine learning, rivaling AI, if not beating it. I'll give just a quick example to drive that point home. We did a really interesting study a few years ago with Stanford University Medical School. And Stanford has developed the state-of-the-art machine learning technology for reading chest x-rays. It's called ChexNet. And ChexNet has proved that its AI machine learning reading of chest x-rays can beat the diagnosis of individual doctors and thereby reduce error rates on, say, a pneumonia diagnosis. So we did this study with Stanford comparing Swarm AI to ChexNet, as well as individual doctors' diagnoses, and we saw the Swarm's diagnosis, and we're talking in this case taking 6 or 7 radiologists, putting them together on our platform and having them do a chest x-ray read as a Swarm AI system. They reduced error rates over ChexNet by over 30%. So the point is, people are smart. When we put them together on this technology, they are really smart, and we can rival, if not beat, an AI on specific applications.
Okay, so New York has a question.
I'll let Laura go first.
Lauren has a question.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to how you guys take into consideration, because I think New York brings up a really good point, and how you guys take into consideration emotional intelligence or emotional IQ into the projects, because to my understanding, AI can read people's feelings through like text and voice tones, facial expressions and gestures, and kind of like adjust demeanor accordingly. And I think that it's definitely something to take into consideration. We're at a really pivotal point in time in society that we've never been in before. I mean, technology is just continuing to grow at a rapid rate, and in my opinion, it's like we are the pioneers of the future, and there's a fork in the road, and so we can either do the one thing that's different. We can do something different and for the future, which you guys are doing, right, to your point. But I do think that intention is at the heart of the matter, because we can't do the same thing that we've always done, or we're going to repeat the same lessons over and over again. So I am curious on that aspect.
So is your question? I'm trying to.
Well, I guess it's a dual part question. It kind of goes back to what New York was saying. Is
I think
emotional
that's
intelligence taken
it
into
sounds
consideration, and then also when it boils down to like decision making and data, um, where does intention come into play?
Right, right. So emotional intelligence is certainly taken into effect in that every human has some level of emotional intelligence. So we can't not include emotional intelligence in what we're doing, because unlike a machine learning system, we are talking about real humans who have emotional intelligence. Now, that being said, in any swarm AI system, in any group of people whose intelligence we're trying to amplify, the makeup of that group is job one in terms of we've got to get the right people into a swarm AI system in order for it to be successful in generating good intelligence. Like, if you wanted to generate intelligence about crypto markets and you brought together a group of people who don't know anything about those crypto markets, it's not going to work. But if you bring together the right people, and depending on what the questions are, depending on what you're trying to solve for, if you're not bringing together people who have high emotional IQs, it's not going to be successful.
Awesome. Can we, Ahmed? Could you you can ask the next question, Ahmed. Ahmed.
I wasn't going to ask the next question. I had comment about what Lauren was saying, but I think that it's okay. I'll just
No, I'd love to hear
listen.
it. Yeah, go ahead, Ahmed.
Well, one of the things that I think is very important, and this is going to sound really dark and sort of dystopian, is to think that we are at the that we are kind of leading the way in detecting human emotions using electronic or digital means. Um, I was personally involved in a project quite a while ago, where the idea was to figure out the emotional state of an operator by simply looking at the electric signals of the devices that they were using without having the need to break the encryption. And it was very, very, very successful. And I'm talking circa 2010, so almost like around 12 years ago. And that was for in defense sector. So there are things that are being worked on behind the scenes by many, many powerful entities that are decades ahead of whatever's happening in the public eye. So it is really, when we yes, obviously we do have to work on our intent, but I can also say that people who have a lot of influence and power and money and resources, they have been working on these things far longer than what anyone outside will anticipate. So be just that point. That's all.
You had some questions as well, didn't you? Or are those for Lewis?
Uh, yes. I think the question that comes out of it is then is as we bring some of these advanced capabilities into the hands of general public and make them more accessible and usable. Um, and we were talking about selection of participants, for example, in swarm intelligence systems. How do we make sure that that selection committee is not, putting a thumb on the scale the right way or the wrong way? Because that is also a bias, right? So if all of a sudden I can do if I want to tilt a particular decision in a particular direction, then I may want to pick the swarm that kind of favors that.
Yeah. So first of all, I can appreciate where you're coming from. I think you may be giving us a little bit too much credit in terms of our ability to influence uh, big decisions right now. At this point, we are still what I would call a small tech startup, and we are licensing our technology to companies for business decisions. We're starting to do some things with groups like the United Nations and things like that I talked about. We are not impacting some of these broad cultural discussions that I think you are referring to. Um, so I just want to say I appreciate that maybe you all see the potential for this technology. It's not there yet in terms of its influence on society. And once if we're successful enough to have people recognize its value and for it to start to be used more and more for things like this, then I think some of these questions become really important.
Well, I think that's why we're asking the questions, right? Because we do see the value, and I don't think that we would pose the questions if we weren't trying to uncover the intention. Because what you guys are doing, it's freaking awesome. It really is, and I think there's so much value there that you have the ability in the sphere of influence to make a critical impact on society as a whole, and that's freaking huge, especially right now where there's so many people living with a spirit of fear. You guys can truly change society the way that we're looking at it. And that's why I ask about emotional intelligence. That's why I ask about intention. Because at the end of the day, we can't do the same thing that we've always done. We have to stand up and do something different and be willing to say no to the same manipulations and the false propaganda that's been projected onto society for ages. And I
But I
think
understand.
that yeah, but
Sorry.
like because I think it's because we do see the value that we ask these questions.
I guess my dark chamber telling the world to eat the up. You know what I mean? Like, where does this end? I mean, clearly the tech is out there. I don't want to live in a world where, I go from eating a good old fashioned hamburger to, oh, okay, today I'm going to eat crickets on my lettuce wrap, and having no idea why that happened and how that's okay with me. You know, that's just
No, that's a very good point, Sandra. And the reason I brought this up, and I wasn't saying that you guys are going to do this, but here's the thing: you are a nascent technology, as you just said. This is the time to really start thinking about its nefarious uses. It's the dual use nature of this. So, right, you said that you just influenced or helped UN make a prediction about where the next famine is going to hit. Well, with that information, there will be financial movement that's associated with it, right? Certain money will be allocated to certain activity. Well, if I want that money to be allocated in a particular way, I would want to influence this process. And because you're a nascent technology, that's a really soft target to attack, right? You do not have the protections in place to stop that bias from being manipulated by cleverness from an external actor's part. And what I'm trying to say is that it is cybersecurity, information technology security, knowledge, because you're building knowledge technology, right? Not just information technology. It's not It's the next step. So what has happened in the past all the time is that we've built these fantastic information systems and now knowledge systems, and and then we said, oh damn, it needs to be secure 20 years later. And how, I think that given what we understand about the nefarious nature of cybersecurity as it sits today, sorry, we need to be. It's better to be preemptive about it, and I start thinking in those terms, in those larger terms, because you do want to become that large. So having the security protocols in place is I think a necessary step at this stage.
No, that's a great point, Ahmed. And in fact, one of the things that we're doing as part of our, it's somewhat ironic, but it also makes sense, as a part of our work with the U.S. Air Force, as you can imagine, they have very high demands about cybersecurity, and we have to become military grade, if you will, in order for them to use the software, use the technology, even for mundane decisions. So that's good in the sense that it will force us, and we already have, I think, pretty good internet security protocols in place, using Amazon Web Services and using their most secure level that they offer. But by going military grade, I think you probably agree, if it's good enough for the U.S. Air Force, it's probably going to be pretty ironclad in terms of the cybersecurity protocols. So we're getting there.
Oh, that's awesome. Are you going to be on the FedRAMP system as well? It would be fun to sort of discuss that out of band of this conversation. But I would definitely love to know, because I've done a lot of work with the US DoD on what you're
So
doing around there.
I'll
There's
answer that
another
just
thing
quickly by
that
saying, I'll just answer that quickly, Ken, by saying we are not on the FedRAMP yet, but part of our mandate is to get there within the next 12 to 18 months.
okay, so
Talk to me. I may be able to help.
There's
Okay.
another thing that if you go and look at Louis Rosenberg, you'll see that he's a futurist, but he's a very cautious one. So look at all his writings and his essays, you'll see that he's the person that you want to be protecting you from the metaverse.
Yeah, to that end, Ken, I just posted a link. If anyone's interested, Lewis did a TED Talk a couple of years ago on this topic of keeping us safe from AI, basically, and it's part of the foundation of unanimous AI as well. But if you have a few minutes, check out the video. He also happens to be a really good, engaging speaker, so I think you'll really enjoy it.
So we just brought up Danny Mello, and he has a question. Any other questions? Oh, New York has a question.
Yeah, I just think ultimately back to what Lauren was saying, I think that the human error gets introduced when we take all this information, which is us. I think we all need to remember that if we're the broken input, none of this really matters much. If we're still a broken people as humanity, we can put as much input as we want into a system and may not get out what we want. In fact, we may compound the problem in the wrong direction. And if that information gets sold to the highest bidder, and the highest bidder are nefarious parties who are beholden to systems and institutions of politics, we're just going to end up back in the same place. So I'm just saying that's where I was mentioning a framework on top of it to allocate resources appropriately with this information, right? Drive the resources in the right places to actually solve these problems, assuming that that's even the correct information.
Yeah, so here's what I would say to that. I think that all makes sense and is wise. One thing I would say about just the way the technology works is, if you're talking about, somebody used the analogy of putting your thumb on the scale, it's very difficult in a swarm AI system for one person to put their thumb on the scale and alter results. And that's because a Swarm AI system with 10, 20, 50, 100 people, each one of them has equal weight in the way questions get answered and the way assessments get made. So if you're one of 10 or one of 20 or one of 50, you literally can't alter the decision any more than your equal weight. So to an extent, the, I understand where you're coming from, where all kinds of crazy things could happen, even after a swarm AI weighs in on various questions. But as far as influencing the output of the swarm itself, uh, by definition, that's difficult to do.
But I guess the collective information that is everything that's collected from the swarm, if we introduce that into somebody's hands who is a nefarious actor, that's what I worry about. That's just what I worry about. And I understand that might not be part of your why, and that's or I don't know, you only can do what you can do. And I think, like Lauren said, this is great. I think it's got so much power that I want to make sure that we just don't end up in the same place, and I want to make sure that the people who have the information at the end of the day are, good parties.
Well, it's worse than that because it wouldn't be the same place. It would be their place. Do you know what I mean? So
You're
Well,
spot
I thought
on.
that's why blockchain. Yeah, that's why I
But
thought blockchain played a super role in all of this potentially.
well,
so
if socially and culturally we do not support fundamental human needs as a basic human right for all peoples of the earth, all humanitarian objectives to co-create a more benevolent and peaceful world, a world without war and tyrannical oppression, it's going to fail. So when groups of humans are treated worse than vermin and are denied fundamental human needs to survive, they're unable to function in a civilized society based on benevolence and compassion for all human beings.
But we've already lost containment on this, so how do we fix that?
Well, that's why I think what they're doing is so powerful and awesome because they can leverage that data to help, right?
I mean, they say AWS is safe, for God's sake.
Like think about that. He said they predicted a famine, right? Like there's so many people out there in dire straits and dire needs, and now we have the possibility for data to help. I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's like they're saying, like 95% of predictions or they have like a 95% success rate, or I believe I caught that right. But that's freaking huge. And how do you leverage that to change a society? I mean, that's where my thoughts go.
Well, we could predict malaria, right? And we could send a ton of malaria nets over to Africa and not realize that people are starving, so they cut them up and make fishing nets out of them.
Yeah, can you answer that? If there was a question in there that you could pick out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the question is.
All right. So let's get to Mr. G, and then we'll come back to Lauren, and then we'll let Lauren, talk a little bit, and then because it doesn't sound like it's a question, but it's a comment, and that's fine. But I'm pretty confident that Mr. G has a question.
Well, yes, and I did come a little late, so I apologize, but I do love the conversation and just understanding AI or artificial intelligence or our advanced machine learning in comparison with what we can do as what we're calling collective intelligence and bringing in the groups of individuals who may be experts and then putting that input into an artificial intelligence type bank where we are looking to find out in this conversation what the intent is. And a lot of times as a young individual, our intent is always here in the now. And as we get older, we see that the intent needs to be focused more onto the future. And so as we use this human input, we're looking for answers, but I'm wondering if maybe we need to find out what our questions are and what questions we need to ask in order to advance a little further than what we're discussing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to simplify the question is if you have the technology to change the world, what would you do? Right? I mean, like that's at the end of the day, that speaks to intention and that speaks to your sphere of influence. It's a butterfly effect in a sense, because that data can go far and long and it can make a significant impact So and that could go down to like on a personal level. Like, how would you truly change the world? You have the power in the palm of your hands. Like, how do you want to change the world?
Yeah, I don't know how good of an answer this is, but here's what I'll say. If you go back and look at again the reason our why, as somebody put it, unanimous AI's why is about an alternative to machine learning AI systems that at their core are not human. It's to be a human in the loop alternative to AI. So first and foremost, the way we want to protect from some of these things happening is to make sure that at least humans are in charge and not machines. So at the very least, I would say that's what our goal is as far as keeping it out of the hands of nefarious actors and things like that. We can only do our best with that. And like I said, we're certainly not there in terms of having the influence where that's even truly an issue for us. But like I said, first and foremost, humans will be in the loop, and that's a start.
Okay, Mello has a question. Annie Mello.
Oh, yeah, you said mellow. Yeah, thank you. And I think what AI Josh is kind of adding in is a semantic AI or semantic computers, semantic computing that would probably be adaptable for certain things like preventing or protecting data, or let's say finding malicious kind of hardware, or even in the long run not having white hackers, but finding exploits in certain programs or websites, any type. And I think that's where we're going to be going at. And also, Dan knows the all magic word that a lot of people were talking about beforehand, homomorphic encryption. It seems like a pretty decent concept, a pretty decent type of calculation that they have. But like in anything, it could be exploited later on in the future. Banks obviously use them. It's costly for now. Um, but if it starts becoming less costly, you can add it everywhere. And it will be just another type of encryption
Do you have a
protection.
question?
Do I have a question? No.
Okay, that was the last, not a question. Josh has got to go. He's a really busy guy. I'll answer any question that Mr. G has or anybody else that has a question. But hey, thank you, Josh. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure hanging out with you guys today. Appreciate it. Feel free to hook up with me via DM. I'd love to continue one-on-one. Thanks.
All right, anybody else have questions about Unanimous AI or Crypto Swarm? Mr. G, did you have a question?
Sounds like an exciting project. I'm looking forward to how it goes. Pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
it's already live, really. We're already using it. So I mean, all you have to do is go to our Discord and you can see all the information about it, including TED Talk and a bunch of case studies and videos and press and you name it.
I wanted to talk to you about governance using your
Cool.
project.
DM Josh.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm looking forward to becoming hopefully part of the projects that's starting soon and trying out some of the questions and seeing how that goes.
Awesome. Sorry if I'm being curt. I only have a limited amount of oxygen when I answer a question, so that's it.
Fully understandable. And I'm sorry, I wasn't there when you were explaining your AI. Do you mind giving
Oh,
some clip
absolutely
notes?
not doing that. You would have to go to our Discord and watch the TED Talk. I don't have enough breath in me to do that.
Not a
I really
problem.
don't.
I have a question for the room.
Cool.
So for everyone that's up here as speaker, right? I think we all kind of see the value in the technology. So just from things that you've seen play out over decades, centuries, however long, how do you think that this data could help humankind? So instead of looking at it from like what are the challenges we face, like where do we find solutions? Like how can this data help humankind as a whole?
I would say, well, first on a personal level, and based on what Ahmed said and based on what I know, I find it upsetting, but that's neither here nor there. As far as the beneficial aspects, I think it would clearly be helpful in terms of governance and determining how stable your little experiment is. Like for example, with the ARC idea, you could simply hopefully apply the crypto swarm using your citizens as your subjects to that, and maybe some sentiment analysis along the way to determine how people really feel about a decision. Because sometimes people vote or suggest a particular direction because they feel peer pressured, or this way we could constantly analyze as both as an experiment in a community and just in terms of keeping the governance running effectively, uh, how people feel at any given time in terms of decision making, and what we can do to better attenuate and fine tune governance so that the community is overall as happy as they can be, given it's an imperfect world.
I agree with that, and I think there's some smaller communities being run by little AIs to see how some of those social interactions work. I'm not sure if that's kind of what you were deriving to, but the way I see this potentially solving is some simple problems that we haven't solved, like healthcare and some financial things like that, that are not hard to solve. That I think we could probably solve, and then potentially looking at energy and energy resources. And once we get past those particular problems, we have a new development for our frontier.
Oh, definitely. I think that the uses in terms of the reading a film as a radiologist, that's so much better than how they do it right now. It usually ends up some tired, guy who's, a few years out from getting his degree, is reading a film at like 3 a.m. and then writing a report for the radiologist to sign off on, who never really looks at the film and so forth. So I mean, having a swarm mentality used on that is just life saving.
And removing human error.
Right.
Well, I also think, like to Sandra's point, from a community aspect, like with the ARC, there's a different air of authentic truth that you gain with authentic human connection. It allows people to truly unmask. And we all know the treasure is always beneath, but everybody puts on a mask. But when given a safe space, there's a different element of data that you get from people than just what's on the surface. Because to her point, like when people are in fear or they're, affected by echo chambers or, just peer pressure, they'll tend to lean in a direction that may go against their own, moral compass even, right? But when you coincide the data in a safe space and you create that type of environment, now that is truly something. That's where you truly make changes, in my opinion.
There's another thing that happens with this swarm. It's totally anonymous, so there is no chance of a like a Hitler type esque person that has the loudest voice and gets people to follow him.
Now that I love. I love that it's anonymous. I think that that's huge. I love that.
Wait, I was just noticing your website right now. So, Crypto Swarm AI is collective superintelligence for predicting crypto assets using hundreds of human forecasts. Interesting, and the power of Swarm AI. So, multiple tasked AI that is, well, they're integrated by using hundreds of human forecasters. That's actually a very interesting concept. So, it kind of mimics people's understanding in a way, almost borderline.
Make a hive mind. Yeah, like birds and bees and ants and fish and stuff.
Same thing as, like, say, you can say a global consciousness. Yeah, completely.
I got a question. So is the plan with the crypto side of things? And I'm sorry for jumping in front of New Yorker. New York had his hand up, and I just jumped in. Hey, that's a co-host privilege and a right, goddammit, to just jump in and help monitor the situation. I've been listening to all you motherfuckers for the last 2 hours talking about swarm this, and how we could crowd that, and like let's get to the center of the universe. Let's just all remind each other right now that odds are in the last week alone you had something yummy was packaged like candy. You know what I mean? Like I had a Starburst the other day. It was all individually wrapped. It didn't give
Thank
me
you
any
for not doing
insights.
this
It's
while
just
Josh was
tasty.
here.
Yeah.
I have to thank you immensely that you didn't do this while Josh was here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, that's true. That's fine. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I was just
Why?
wanted
You,
to say
you
that.
think it wouldn't have been a fit when Josh was here?
Oh, he still would have done it. I just appreciate that he didn't.
Well, I think Josh would have liked it, though.
He
You
probably
don't
would
think
have,
so?
but
We'll actually put it in.
Oh
What
yeah,
we'll do
he's laid
crypto
back.
later is we'll edit it in post if you want. We'll edit it in post. So like he'll be talking and then we'll slide our line in right over on top of that. And then we'll
Yeah,
do like
we can do
a
like
dead pause.
we can remix the whole
if you
episode.
do it, do it one of the questions that he couldn't answer. That'd be pretty funny.
Oh, he did good. I mean, that's good stuff. All right, so what are we talking about next, Michael? Oh, you're going to go after him. Yeah, go after him.
Oh, before I go, New York, how do you feel about everything that's happened today? We just met you today, and now we're like best friends.
You know what I haven't had in a while? Big League Chew. You were talking about candy, so I figured I'd mention that before I went into my what do I think about this. I mean, I think that Mr. G and Lauren have kind of talked to it, but if billions of people aren't part of that data set that we're talking about because we're not meeting their basic human needs, that sounds like there's a priority there, right? And I think we just need to maybe be honest with ourselves and direct resources towards that priority and actually really solving that problem that, like Mr. G alluded to, is solvable. Like we can actually do this, but we can't do that by collecting information that is incomplete because a lot of people aren't in that data set. And then if that gets into the wrong hands, especially if it's made about money, the problem is that we just continue the struggle, right? Because the people who have kept us in place are ultimately tipping the scale. They may not be tipping the scale on the data itself, but they're the ones buying the data to then tip the scale extraordinarily in one direction. So that's why I go back to, we need to create a component or a layer of technology itself around consensus protocol that can sort that data and allocate resources appropriately based on what it's seeing in that data. That's what I would say, because as soon as we introduce the human back in, we could have the most beautiful data ever. But if you hand it back to the human who has swung the hammer back into their face over and over again, then we're never going to find the nail. There was no intent to ever find a nail. So that's I guess what I would say.
Great said. I mean, I would say we're not looking for the answer ever. And simplistically, it's always just been the process.
Yes, that's right. Process theology. What is more primary, the atom or change itself? That's what was the primary disagreement between Democritus and Heraclitus. And that's why Heraclitus in the school of Athens is sitting all alone, dejected. But Heraclitus had it right. Every time you look deeper and deeper into atoms, you'll find out there are space between atoms. And there are structures that actually dictate where in Indra's net they sit.
Well, that's the true simulation, is the simulation of the mind, right?
Okay, so now we're getting back to what Ali was trying to say. Hey, Ali. All right, so now we can get back to what you were trying to say. All right, so let's imagine for a moment we live in a world that was envisioned by Laplace and Pythagoras. A world where they killed Hippasus because of irrationality. Right? The idea is that if you imagine a world that's completely determined by physics, that free will is just a tchotchke we've developed to help ourselves convince ourselves of our divinity, right? And so what we were
the universe I live in?
yeah, dude, I hope you know how much we handle these things with kid gloves sometimes. I love you all. So what we were talking about in the background on mute was that if it is true that we could move to a state where these prediction markets are more and more accurate in more and more domains, what we're looking at is that kind of Sam Harris, kind of Laplace world where reality is just God playing pool, right? And we just can't calculate the physics, right? We love every conversation in this space is driven on one thing, and
What's
it's
that?
called free will. People believe in free will. They want free will to exist, and without free will existing, they don't feel divine. They feel like an animal.
Why?
Right? It's just one of those things. So, can you tell them what you were telling me about just playing out the scenario in your head of prediction markets being more and more effective, and that what that means about the nature of reality and the simulation?
Well, what I was saying to Mike was that I wonder if free will, the idea of free will, was created because we didn't have the printing press. And so back in the day when we gave each other wisdom, we created narration around it because it was easier to remember a narrative story than the nugget of truth that was the reason for the story. And as humans, we moved forward, we kept the story, but we forgot the nugget of truth. And then we started believing the stories. And then we started inserting our own self into the stories. And then we started creating these areas around us where we are now the heroes, other people are the villains. And we now have this thing that we've created called free will that explains why we do certain things. But we live in a meat robot, pre-programmed. So we don't really, I don't know, maybe we're saying different things when we say free will.
Ciao.
And maybe free will is the parameters in which your meat robot is allowed to operate under, in that you have a certain give with an operation where you can go from
Degrees of freedom.
Degrees of freedom. There
About
we
a
go.
standard deviation.
Exactly. Such that, like, so if, for example, your DNA says that you could be between 5'8" and 6'2",
right?
But your diet, your exercise level, the amount of sleep you
The
get,
phase of the moon.
the phase of the
Shout
moon.
out astrology.
No, the phase
You're
of the
right.
moon.
Yeah.
We just found out about microtubules.
Yeah.
We know that
Keep
the full
going.
moon actually, like, we have documented evidence how the full moon actually affects human interactions. So who knows, when you're in the developmental stages of being inside your mother's womb, if those microtubules have different gravity pressed upon them, who knows how that changes your development? I don't know.
Introducing the brains of the operation, Allison Penyek. I am a fucking idiot, but I ask Ali good questions in the background.
My favorite thing to tell my students when we learn about astronomy and astronomy, I always get the words astronomy and astrology mixed up, but
some people want to merge the two.
Sometimes I believe it.
Yeah.
If you look at the way it plays out in the universe, my favorite thing is to bring up sports videos of sport humans playing during the full moon. And what you notice is that that's when the wildest things happen.
No way.
These humans who are precise sport machines can now not operate their own limbs because of the full moon, because of the gravitational pull.
And
so who
maybe
knows?
their
We got to
internal
look at
fluid.
the Bo Jackson video.
I
The Bo
freaking
Jackson video.
love her. I just want to say that. And I would love to get your thoughts on water memory and
Thank you.
somatics.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right?
I just read a lot. That's all. And put it together. But
I
so
love
that's
you
the thing.
too.
Like, so what I'm seeing is that your model basically is proving that we are in a simulation, right? Because this framework, it just needs more data. Because, like, I don't know. So I always score very high on the emotional intelligence quizzes and all that stuff and interactions. I'm a teacher, so I use a lot of that quote unquote emotional intelligence. but I'm actually on the spectrum. I have no access to any of that. And what people don't realize is that I'm just taking in more information than you are. I have been studying humans for years. I look at your micro expressions, and that's how I tell how you're feeling. I'm a tetrachromat, so I can see deep within your skin, and I can see the blood levels in your face. I can see your capillaries vasodilating and constricting, so I know how you're feeling. It's nothing to do with emotional intelligence. I'm just taking in information you don't know I'm taking in. So if the computer AI can take all this in, then it can also have quote unquote emotional intelligence.
The intelligence is an anti-chromad.
Yeah.
Right? It can see all spectrum.
That's what I'm saying. And like, if I can take in all this extra information because I have one extra cone, what the hell can a computer do when it can see all?
Fuck. It's a concentric system. All right. That's Allie, everyone. Say hi to Allie.
Holy crap. Are you my sister? I love you.
Could we combine that Mood Connect person with the cyber or crypto swarm idea for our potential community, and maybe that would help answer
That's
some
what
of
we've been toying around with in the background, just kind of chatting to be like, look, if it is true that there is a system that might be able to allow us to think about data that we don't have the dimensionality to think about, right? Which are API data in real time. The moving daily volume average of the price of Bitcoin with the 1 second candles, for example. But I'm going to stop speaking. I think you know where we stand. Go ahead, guys. Have at it.
Hey, I was just going to ask a question to your reality. And what if through the thoughts and decisions we make, we're actually slipping through the differentials in the multiverse time that we think we might even be seeing in our dreams? So it's very esoteric. And yeah, it's tough to understand.
Tell me more. I'm very esoteric and very spiritual, and I'm a seer.
Oh, just getting into a deep conversation on physics and particles and what we've learned through science and through the telescopes that look into space and everything. It's understandable that when we look at a particle at that subatomic level, it changes every time we look at it. So a particle that we think is a solid is not, it's a wave. And then
The
a wave
observed
that we
universe.
look like we think is a solid. So it's changing on the interaction of when we see it. And to understand that brings you into a reality of understanding what we're looking at. And maybe the answer is we are a reflection of something else that we don't know the answer to.
Well, yeah, the meat machine was kind of a good one because once you start viewing yourself as just a complex system of science and chemicals and firings and you can kind of like see the universe reveal itself in ways. I forget who was just talking, but when she was talking about reading micro expression, like that's how I've always been as well. I can just look at somebody and I can tell like what they're thinking and feeling. Like it's actually what made me very good in sales, because I intuitively can read somebody. And I'm a very empathetic and highly sensitive person. I have been since I was a really, really young boy. And my brain developed very early for that. And so, I mean, I used to do this stuff for counter intel, honestly. So, all these things about reading people's micro movements and, watching people's eyes and their faces. What I find beautiful is when you put a headset on somebody and you look at their mouth. It tells you a lot about what their brain is actually thinking.
Yeah, I mean, we're consciousness operating a human vessel, right? So harmonics and vibrations, they're key. So we can align emotion to thought and leverage platonic solids to create what we want, as above, so below. So if we unlock our chakras entirely, we're fluid.
Yeah, I think it's about being vulnerable. There's a certain amount of vulnerability that builds on this wiseness. I've had a lot of people tell me, don't make yourself so vulnerable. You're going to get hurt. And I think in some ways, extending my hand to with the flower, even to the hand that crushes it, so to speak, is what makes me me. Right. And different is that I'm willing to extend that vulnerability over and over again, even in knowing that some people will crush the flower, because you can get the right ones, and those people can amplify, that energy. And I think that that's really, really important. You know, we all get better together, not at the same time, right? So there's people who we can't take on the lifeboat on this go to land, right? Because they're going to tip it over and drown everyone. And that's just an unfortunate thing, but it is. And that's where I think there's like that animalistic behavior, or like almost the dog that's been backed so far into the corner that you try to extend your hand and they bite your hand. And then you go back again and try to grab the collar and they bite you again. And some dogs just, sometimes they just can't come.
Yeah, I think Mike was talking about harmonics yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of it is I've just been a recruiter for a while. You know what I mean? And so when I hear things, I can see when people change their language. I can hear when they change their language. And I don't think people realize that when you change your diction, truth is becoming falsehood. And then falsehood goes back to truth. I've spent my entire life listening to people talk on the phone. My only job is to pull jokers out of the deck. Now, in my deck, 51 out of the 52 cards are jokers. 52 people claim to be Python developers. 52 people claim to be in sales. 52 people claim to be blah, blah, blahs. And the truth of the matter is that 99.9% of people are not that. And so I want to just let you know that my typical job for folks is to keep them away from the jokers in the deck. And so if I seem sometimes harsh and I seem like I'm asking questions that aren't embracing you, it's because my only job in real life is to introduce only those people that can actually do something and have a track record. In recruiting, the fundamental thing that we see is that previous behaviors indicate future performance. And so if I'm asking you about previous behaviors, it's because I'm trying to assess probability of future performance.
It's what I find so important about blockchain is the ability to build that credibility in a resume, literally right out there in the open. That actually is what I think is really incredible about all this, is now you can put it on chain and say exactly who you are and why, and you know, it's there. But I think also I would say, why are the jokers the jokers? What happened?
They just didn't work hard enough.
No, I think it's because they listen to outside word instead of listening to their own intuition, their own gut pull. And so they lose track of who they truly are. And they try to put on a mask and be someone or something that they're not without following that pool of passion.
But that doesn't mean that they can't rekindle that and get that back. We know that other people have.
See it in,
Go ahead, Allie.
I'm just saying that you see it played out in the nature world. Wow, that is a terrible way to say that.
I love it.
You see it in the nature world, where my favorite one is just like this lizard population, where you either have a large lizard who has a harem of lizards, or you have these beta lizards that look like females and sneak their way into the little nest of things.
About male feminists?
No comment. And so you see there's different modes of existence and they still get it on. They just are like these wild things you never would have thought of, like looking exactly like a female sneaking into the harem and getting it on with all the ladies. You know what I mean? So I don't know, maybe that mode of existence is beneficial in some way because the mimicry actually allows you to succeed, like the mimicry bubble.
Did we just stumble into fuckboy ideology? I just felt like we just stumbled into that.
Well, kind of, right? I mean, like all of this. Bottom line, what I like to tell my students when they take my bio course is that there's one thing in nature, and what nature wants to do is make babies. You just want to make babies. That's all you want to do. So if you want to look at like what we're doing, we're making babies. Everything that a lot of our human decisions are for making babies. Why do we like makeup? It's because it draws attention to the places that highlight fecundity. Larger lips means you are able to create more of a larger brain because of your fat content on your posterior and things like that. Bright eyes, so you wear eyeliner to draw attention to your eyes because that actually tells about if you have good DNA, if you have a health, if you eat well. There's so much you can tell by your eyes. So a lot of things we do enhances our mating. And what you see in the way that nature plays out is, how can I thrive the best to make the most babies? And part of that is mimicry. When you mimic somebody who's got power, but you don't have any, but nature thinks you do, so you get to get all those benefits. Like, there's lots of butterflies that do that.
Becomes
Well,
like
you can manipulate perception.
Yeah.
And a state of creation at that point.
That was
So
epic.
let's say creating a car, I'll make it super flamboyant. People are going to love it. Others no. But I mean, you have that kind of baseline of just attracting your creation upon like a majority or something.
Yeah, some of it is useful. Like, in fact, if you look back at like some really great people throughout history, like think of Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth pointed to where that ball was going and said, there, right there. Muhammad Ali said, I'm the fucking greatest, right? Before he was kind of the greatest, right? A lot of these people throughout history, this is why I call like you falling into the cosmic river. You almost need to be flowing with it and directly with it as it's happening, right? Because there is no you don't jump normally. In fact, this is what I found fascinating about Trump was the legitimacy that could be created in an instant, like from like just an instantaneous legitimacy of now I'm president, right? And just like how fickle that was, and like how I don't know, it's just a very fragile institution when you really look at it like that. But it's funny how through perception people can almost create that legitimacy. But what I think you was talking about is consistency is the really hard one. So you can kind of fake it till you make it, but you have to have a consistency in it. And I think it has to be driven by actually taking in tons of data and knowledge and information, as some people have mentioned here. I mean, that's a huge advantage, just taking in massive amounts of information. I mean, even just doing it a few more hours a day while people are sleeping puts you at a huge advantage. That's what I always had hope for in Watson. When we looked at these AI kind of systems to be able to gather intelligence, because they broke down the barriers of bounded rationality, right? So we have to like eat and sleep and do other things to survive. And so all those hours of the day, we're not able to like take in vast swaths of information. So that's what I do find fascinating about the individuals who were just talking, for the previous hour. But it's just, if we take all that information, we have to put it in the hands of, appropriate allocation of resources.
IBM Watson, correct?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, in fact, I thought that would put me out of a job when I was working in capital markets, because I thought if I'm sleeping and a rebel uprising in like the Democratic Republic of the Congo occurs, and that disrupts like supply lines for De Beers, like you could trade on that information instantaneously. And I wouldn't like know about that. So I almost got ahead of myself in thinking that we would use all this information accordingly, but we tend to like unfortunately sell it to the government, and that ends up in the hands of the military, who I've worked for. I still do, I think.
And also the state of finding the patterns of 7 emotions interaction with Watson is pretty interesting. To try to recognize how you feel by just communicating with your words, your language itself,
The thing is, Ed brought up something interesting. He said that a lot of people are looking at the words to try to look at emotion. He said, fuck the words, give me the wave, and I'll figure out if they're sarcastic.
Hey, tonality. Yes, exactly. So the
The
sound
picture,
itself.
the vision or the topography of the speech itself. It's not what they
No.
say it. So what if you looked at a 3D representation of your speech? What does that image look like? Does it look like a platonic solid? Does it look like Euclid's elements? You know what I mean? Does it look like fucking non-Euclidean geometry? What is the nature of sarcasm? That's kind of like one of the ultimate questions that we're looking at with the speech emotion recognition with, everything from what Hume.ai and fucking assembly AI, right? I know Web3 down there. And Amy had been looking at this question for a little bit. I know Amy's almost done the analysis. And so I'm curious to see where she's at with it.
Hey guys, I love the conversation. I got to bounce out. Please follow me so I can give you some DMs and everything. Building, again, Education 3.0 in this area. A lot of problems to solve, so I'm hoping this quorum can help us. Thanks. Have a great day.
Have a good one. Thank you. Can I chime in, guys?
Absolutely.
I'm grinning from ear to ear over here. Everyone is speaking these beautiful words of pure truth. I didn't even mean to jump in this space. I was flicking through my phone and it was like, oh, look, Lauren. And it popped up at the top and I accidentally touched it and joined in. No, wait, no accidents, right? What, right during the time when I'm trying to build the technology center and my inbox is full and everyone is flooding me with messages. Sorry guys, I went to the ER again last night and I woke up with some more epiphanies in my heart. And I think we're all going the right direction. I just wanted to say that. I genuinely love you people as human beings, beautiful souls.
All love. Amy, weigh it up on. You feeling good? You feeling nice?
Yeah, so Sandra told me that you've been talking about some awesome ideas in here, and would love to hear them.
Well, we were talking about ARC, and then Crypto Swarm came in, and I was, a bunch of us were thinking, how could Crypto Swarm help the ARC project? And then I thought, of course, well, Mood Connect could probably help us too. And I wonder if that can be implemented with Crypto Swarm to continually assess the stability of the governance of the ARC, as well as the level of satisfaction or whatever else we would want to measure in terms of health and things like that along the way for the ARC project. So I was hoping you'd stop by. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Crypto Swarm, I hope he's feeling better. I was supposed to meet with him yesterday and he canceled last minute because he said he had COVID.
Yikes. Huh.
It did say he was having trouble with breath. So.
Right, yeah, he did.
Yeah. Can I tell you guys what I saw at the hospital last night?
Sure.
It kind of broke my heart a little bit, but the hospital in Puyallup, Washington, out here in Washington, sorry, was so overflowing with human beings. I've never seen the hospital that full in my memory. I mean, not I mean the early days of COVID lockdown when they had all the circus tents all over the place. Well, that's what they're doing here. They've got them in the front and the back of the hospital. They're completely full, and every hallway was full of gurneys and wheelchairs with people slumped over. And I would say, my autism pattern mind went, oh, I'm seeing about 80% of the people in here are baby boomers and older. And it's odd because I asked the nurse how many people are in here. I'm like, oh my God, is this place full of COVID patients? The nurse told me no. She said they only had 2 people in the COVID ward.
it was really weird. And it was really strange when I kept asking people questions. They didn't really want to talk much about it. Wondering if any of you have any opinion on that.
I don't know if it's flu season yet, but I read, I think maybe 9 months or half a year ago, that there's an expectation that, due to people being shut in from COVID so long, that there would be a surge of the regular flu once things, quote unquote, normalized. But I mean, we're already well past the number of deaths this year that we faced, before the previous year. So it's unfortunate, but I mean, I'm kind of torn about how to properly address all that. And, people die all the time, I guess.
Well, I think there's a lot of general sickness going around. I think that we still see strains of COVID and certain things, impacting probably certain areas of the country more than others. But as we naturally are opening up more across the country, right, in certain areas that may have been shut down a bit more, like major metropolitan areas like New York City, I've been here this whole time, right? And it's very much open now, right? And so there's probably a lot of increase of that because people are now riding subways and doing things and being next to each other. And this is to be expected. And quite honestly, the hiring numbers, right, in the hospitality and leisure sector have shown that we rapidly shifted back to the services side of the economy. In fact, that's what's driven a lot of this inflation is wage inflation to pay those people $5 or $6 more an hour to bring those workers back. So I think that some of this is just opening back up and natural sickness that's going around. And I mean, this will go around for years and years and years.
Oh, that makes sense. They've got staffing shortages at all these care homes too, and they're overflowing with people. Okay.
Yeah, they can't get people back. Honestly, this is what, a lot of people aren't coming back in some of these professions. Now, others like nursing, you may actually have to be there. But quite honestly, they're starting to even do operations in metaverse and utilizing those technologies. Now, that's not going to become commonplace, I think, tomorrow. But yeah, I think that it's just a lot of people getting out there again, and those numbers are probably reflected.
Actually, well, on a different note, to change the subject, I wanted to let you all know, those of you whom are technologists, eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff just like I do. I wanted to let you know that I've been able to, with a lot of other beautiful people, really, really good people, we're rounding up resources to where we may actually, in approximately a month and a half, be moving back into the old microchip plant that I was in the basement. And there's an advanced data center behind it with 7 ISPs, 4 independent power carriers coming into the property with a 50 megawatt substation within walking distance right behind the main facility. And my buddies and I have been able to round up an entire garage full of gear. We have enough infrastructure to really spin up just about anything you need, including, I just went through 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6. They're single use servers, but they're twice the depth of anything I've ever seen. Each one of them has 6 NVIDIA Titans. We're gonna spin those up for a render farm. We're also going to spin up as much proc power as we can for AI work. So if you guys would like to start collaborating with us for remote access to our platforms, we need the help. We need the help building the platforms. We need the help building the remote access, the security, all of it. And we're more than happy to share the resources, and we're going to do it affordably for you guys. Just wanted to let you know that.
Perfect. Do you mind if I cut in for a second? I wanted Amy to talk about Mood Connect and how she thinks it might be able to help the ARC project.
Yep.
Maybe she could talk a little bit about how to work with that.
Absolutely, I'd love to hear from her. We've spoken briefly.
So hold on a minute. So I don't know anything about this, about the ARC project, right? And so I'm going to take a deep breath here. Okay. And what I want to just communicate right now, all right, just to share with everyone in this space here, is that I did my second episode of We Are Wellness with Ruben Metcalf and Blue Moon. It was a really fun and informative space, and and User Mod joined us, and a few other people joined us. And anyone who didn't join us, who's in the space right now, you really messed up. You missed out. So, that being said, Sandra was my co-host, and she told me that she had a really great reason why she wasn't there. She was in here, and believes that there is something that that Mood Connect can collaborate with. But now Sandra is asking me to talk about how Mood Connect can collaborate with the ARC, which I have no knowledge on what the ARC is. And I think that there's that it I'm going to put aside my some of my very reasonable frustration and annoyance at the fact that that's something that was supposed to work out in a certain way did not work out that way. I understand that people are people, and we all have like our reasons for making the decisions that we have to make, and that's totally okay. I mean, well, it's okay because it's like this. I mean, I know how to gauge the reliability of people based on their actions. And so okay, I would love to know about the ARC project. I do also have a meeting that I have to be going into, momentarily. But I would love to hear about the ARC project and how Mood Connect relates to it. So go right
Sure.
ahead.
The ARC is a community that we started back in February. User Mod, Sandra are both a part of it. It's in a sense unity consciousness, and it's a safe place to weather the storms of life. And what we've done is we've started a powerful movement that's based on the pillars of human decency, which is love, and it's the highest frequency. And so what we've done is we've gathered a group of people from all over the world. We have private chats, we have a Discord, we have a community that's built here on Twitter, and it's a safe place for all people wherever they're at on their journey. There's a lot of wellness associated with it. There's people that are looking that are building businesses. We've talked with political parties. And what we do is we unify and we cross-pollinate ideas and we build for the future and we raise humanity and we take action. And one of the parts of that project is to create a cloud-based community, which we've started. And our idea is to proceed with the cloud first and the land last. So rather than starting with a physical territory, we start with an online community and we recruit online for a group of people that are interested in founding this virtual fellowship. And it's a society, it's a new city, and eventually possibly even a new country. And we build the embryonic state. It's decentralized as an open source project and organize our internal economy around remote work. And we cultivate like in-person levels of civility and simulate architecture in VR. And over time, we eventually crowdfund territory in the real world. So there's a lot of different aspects and elements that are associated with it. We have programs in place to help people with mental wellness, with taking their power back, to feel empowered, and to take off the mask and stop hiding, and to allow themselves to truly change and from the inside out. I think a lot of times we have all of this fear that's kind of projected onto us from society. And what we do is we give people that fellowship to lean on each other and to allow themselves to unmask in a safe place. But don't take my word for it. Speak to User Mod, speak to Sandra, speak to anybody that's been a part of the ARC. We've been able to change lives and help a lot of people, and that is the goal. It's to kind of carry the torch forward and help humanity wherever anybody's at.
So, Lauren, can you quickly explain how Crypto Swarm might help us with governance and how Mood Connect may be able to help us with that as well? Would you mind?
Yeah, I think that I don't know which aspect you want me to go from this, but we've repeated the same lessons over and over and over again for hundreds of thousands or for a long time. And we're at a certain point in history where we have to do something different. And we can't continue on the same pendulum, and expect things to change. And so we have to use the data that we have to do something different, which is why I was asking him about intention and, emotional intelligence. And, you know, we've grown up in this society where there's subconscious belief systems that are projected onto us, and we've created a fear-based society. And everybody knows that it's not that controls a society; it's fear. It's all fear-based. And Sandra, I don't know if I'm hitting like all of the marks, but in regards to governance, the data can allow us to gain a better understanding of where people are at and what it is that they truly want and need. And what we do is we combine true authentic human connections into that, so we're getting a pure reading, pure data that aligns all aspects of what people truly want beneath the surface, where they're not impacted by peer pressure or fear, and they're truly kind of coming together because they want to build for the future. A lot of the elements of our project are similar and aligned to the Venus project. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that project from back in the 70s. But our goal is it's not about the money at all. It's never been about the money. There's no money in this right now, right? It's pure heart. It's always been about making the world change. So I don't know if that answered your questions, but yeah.
And I think it's so exciting. I don't know. I mean, Amy slipped down the listener. Maybe she can, give us her input on how she thinks Mood Connect could further that. But no, I think, Lauren, I think that you nailed it. So I appreciate you doing that. Yeah, Amy's a little ticked at me right now because I missed her space. So I don't know. Anyway, her Mood Connect may be helpful. I think she said she had to go to a meeting. So I mean, I'm sure that there are also many other things we can do besides that. I just was hoping she could have a second to stop in, but that's fine.
Well, I love Jock. You're building, you've been building stuff for a while now. You've been a part of the ARC for a while now. So someone that's kind of been a part of the ARC that hasn't really, you just kind of got into the space. Like, what's been your experience so far? I'd love for you to share with us.
Oh, well, I have a slightly cynical mindset on some things, and apologize for anything that comes out of my mouth. I don't want to offend anybody, but I've been equating, I would say 50% of my conversations lately on Twitter have kind of been, a good analogy would be a nitrous burning a nitrous burning race mud truck that's stuck in the middle of the mud pit going and I see all the power, the potential, and the capability, but half of them aren't going anywhere. So I've been rallying and beating my pots and pans with a lot of individuals lately, trying to come up with as many engineers and creatives as I can, because that's my space. I've been, obsessed with anything that has a flow of electrons since I was a little kid, and the culmination of brilliance and ideas is absolutely out of this world. But it's like wrangling kittens. That has been the most difficult part out of all of this, and I know that some of you in this space are ultimate organizers, and I actually really need the assistance of some ultimate organizers. We need to nerd herd and kitten wrangle, get people focused, because a lot of us, like myself, very ADD, very scattered. But Lauren knows me. I mean, I for some reason, much like herself, I've just had this knowing in myself my whole life, which I've only really started to embrace recently. Recently embracing the knowing.
So
And
in regards to like the community aspect of it, Jock, like think about like Dee and others that you've been able to kind of lean on over the last
yeah,
few months. Like, what's been your experience, like kind of outside of your project, but just with the community of the ARC?
Oh, this is all bringing each other for. It's bringing each other together for lowing. I'm tired. For knowing and understanding each other through love and compassion, and realizing where we can lean on each other just with like minds. These have been some of the most compassionate, truthful human beings that I've ever met, which is why I'm still hanging around. I'm a truth seeker. Sometimes I swing this freaking sword of truth around and accidentally cut other people, but that has actually been tamed in my spirit by all of you that I've been meeting, and that's priceless. You can't measure that with any amount of money. And I think that is what that's the driving spirit, what we're trying to do. End of story.
User mod, just to jump in here real quick. I am an absolute expert when it comes to herding cats and mopping sidewalks in the rain. That's all I do in the Army. So, if you're ever wanting to try to, figure out a plan for how to wrangle cats and goats and get them in pens, hit me up offline, and we can do a quick little planning session on the best way to do that.
Roger that, brother.
Go, Austin.
New York, or Austin. Go for it.
Austin was first, though.
Austin.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I was talking to someone. Good evening, everyone.
It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I was invited by Crypto Spawn. So he said he's sick. So I wanted to ask a question based on what you guys have been saying since, and I really find it interesting. But there's a question someone said something about microchip in conjunction with the artificial intelligence. What do you intend to achieve with the microchip and your infrastructure as a whole? Can anyone hear me, or am I rugging?
No, I think we can hear you. Your question was in reference to microchips. I mean, I work with microchips, but I don't know if the question's directed to me.
Okay.
We couldn't hear
I
the
don't know.
question.
Someone spoke about that, so I wanted to know what do you intend to achieve.
Well, you can use various forms of radio frequency identification, or RFID, chipping or hardware, and then subcategories of that, such as NFC, near field communications, right? And you can tie a physical item back in a tamper-proof manner to a secure, unique identifying hashing on a blockchain, right? Or in other words, a digital certificate of authenticity or authority for a physical item. And then, as we know, that can certainly exist for a digital item, as it is pretty much how NFTs are expressing themselves right now. But we can tie artwork, apparel, musical instruments, all sorts of things in the physical world back using that type of chipping. But you have to use the correct hardware to carry out the type of procedure that is congruent with your why. So what I've seen in this space is a lot of people claim something is authenticating something, but then they use the wrong chip. And the chip can be counterfeited, or they don't write the chip and lock it correctly. And so, I mean, I even went into Bloomingdale's and MCQ, Alexander McQueen's brand. He's dead, but the brand lives on. They had embedded chipping in these $1,000 t-shirts. Guess what? They didn't lock the tag. So with my phone, I could have written a little message saying, this brand sucks, and written it to like $10,000 worth of materials sitting there in Bloomingdale's, and then walked away.
You should. Don't do that.
I really should have. I mean, honestly, it's just absurd. I'm not that big of a bad actor.
Yeah, I'm that nerd that wanders around with a zebra in my pocket. So I'm always going at grocery stores, retail stores, whatever. I'm always kind of screwing with their stuff just to see if I can.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I mean, but Austin, did that answer a question? Or I don't know if I was the one who was talking about it, but I'm talking about all the time.
It's answered my question, and it was really, really nice. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very much.
Yeah, and with my physical art, I even embed the chipping sometimes into the artistry itself, right? So I'm staring at a piece I have right here, which is kind of this dress and this woman that I've created with a measuring tape and some stuff. And the button, it looks like a button, but it's actually an NFC chip that is like impressed into the paint.
Do you
So
intend
sometimes, yeah.
do you intend to sell this chip like in any way after creating it
Well,
and
Well, it's not necessarily selling it's selling the entirety of the artwork, right? Now, this chip is not something I invented. In fact, it was RFID finds its origins back in World War II in the friendly or foe program, right? So they created radar, but they couldn't tell whether it was friendly or foe coming in. So they put a antenna in the transistor box on the wing of their friendly aircraft, right? And that entered the magnetic field. That antenna bent and indicated that that was friendly. So that then kind of came into different subcategories that were applied in toll booths, right? So think about Easy Pass. That's ultra high frequency RFID because that can read at a high distance. NFC actually creates a closer. You have to come within 3 to 5 centimeters of the object to actually trigger an NFC, and NFC also has advantages over, just a traditional RFID or ultra high frequency RFID because it can communicate back and forth, and that's what makes it so important to tie to blockchain, and that has created a different value proposition now for customer rewards and loyalty programs and different ways that you can now communicate with the underlying customer and create a better value transfer.
Bus passes, even. I mean, bus passes. Think about that.
Yeah, and cattle ear tags or chicken ear or chicken feet tags and things like that. I mean, agriculture is another area where it's been used forever. And in fact, we tried to put chips in clothing like over a decade ago, but at that time, or in like 2011, 2012, there was a bunch of Japanese brands who were adding NFC. But the problem is that many phones did not have NFC readers in them at that time. I mean, there's still a bunch of phones that don't. So if you have an iPhone 6 or below, that is not going to work, right? Samsung does not put NFC reader in their phone. So we still need to continue the long march ahead, but our brand embeds this stuff in apparel, but first we're just having a teaching moment for everyone. In fact, the first garment that we're doing embeds the chip, but we're purposefully allowing you to rewrite the chip because we're going to say share your culture. If you want to put your website or your info or your business card on it, we're going to let you do that. And so we're going to have a teaching moment that people even understand. There's a great story of the Slinky. They had 400 Slinkies sitting in gimbals for the holiday season. Not a single one sold. And the owner went in, or the inventor, and knocked one off the shelf, and they all sold out like instantly. And like many great stories, he went nuts and moved to Bolivia and became some religious guy. And his wife actually was the one who hired somebody to create the jingle, and that saved the company.
Yeah, Silicon Valley, starting with a melted chocolate bar.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about process and procedure. That's like what we've been talking about in a lot of this, right? Like, okay, so you can get the data, but what's the process and procedure behind how you got it? And then what's the process with that data moving forward, right? All of this, if you think about it, is what makes these things different. Like, people tell me all the time, well, can't somebody else build a metaverse environment of New York? Well, yeah, I guess, but don't a lot of people sell burgers and milkshakes? There's only one McDonald's, right? Like, no one's going to steal you. Like, your hand like moves across that canvas, unique to you. No one's going to be able to take that from you. So there's a lot of people with like a sense of this urgency, impending doom if they're going to miss out or their ideas are being stolen. No, just, do it your way and do it right and do it with, tact and commitment and consistency. And it will, if it's a good idea, we'll go forward.
Okay, New York cultural code. I want to ask once more. Is there any way you think that the AI that is being brought about by Crypto Swarm could be of help or could collab with your infrastructure you're planning to build? That's with your chip.
I think it could. Where I see it as very interesting is so this is mainly like predictive analytics, right? And predictive analytics, I think, can be applied in many ways to like human resources, climate change, and understanding disaster scenario. Smart grids. This is a really important one. Is how we can tie in virtual environments to the existing smart city infrastructure, and then start to feed information back and forth and understand in populated virtual environments how we affect our environment and how it affects us in more of a simulated manner that's not so much like flight simulator with nobody in it. See, the population in these environments is going to lend itself to a whole nother level of data. So yeah, I think that there's many different ways that it could be incorporated. Again, a lot of these I'm working kind of in the enterprise HR and security infrastructure solutions, like because I just think there's a lot that can be done there. And I think that's where we could do better as far as protecting the employer employee, whatever that relationship is, whether it's a captive. See, typically when you sign on to an employer, right, you're signing over all your intellectual property, right? So as you're working for them, unless you have disclosures or certain things, you're giving them all your IP, right? I view the world differently. I'm structuring my company so that it's a revolving door, because I'm saying that maybe everyone's on their spectrum as far as taking themselves back and realizing that they're the asset. But I'm saying 10 years from now, you're going to realize you're the asset, and you're going to sell your time and your intellectual property to the highest bidder for whatever it's worth at that given moment in time. And so I want to set my company up almost like a docking bay. Like, yeah, come on by and dock over, and you own all your IP and you own everything. And if you want to work in co-creation or collaboration with us, that's great. Thanks for stopping. We don't have to hold
So,
you captive.
so like you're like building more like a metaverse or something like that. And
Correct. It's called Manhattan. It's the digital twin of Manhattan. Yeah.
okay, okay, now I get. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry. So that's, yes, it is a virtual environment, but it bridges the physical and digital. So we were talking about it earlier, but if you buy, say, a plot of land in our public parks in Manhattan, the money actually does go back to the real New York City parks and the Central Park Conservancy. So we're finding ways to affect our municipality, and we're going to.
That's huge. That's very, very huge. I love that.
Yeah, and we're going to do a lot more with that too. Like I said, we're applying for some grants with environmental services and simulating weather patterns and climate change. And we're going to be able to simulate municipal projects before we do them, right? We could build a bridge in this environment and study how the population moves around that or responds.
Okay, is there any way to prevent your infrastructure or your Manhattan? Is there any way to prevent bad actors like the hackers and you know, how strong is your cybersecurity?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we're raising capital right now and just starting to build. So the company is candidly in its infancy. So a lot of that question is being answered right now as I'm interviewing for a chief technology officer. We've been exploring some candidates at some major firms like McKinsey and some other places where these individuals have a very vast background in IT and information technology and security and blockchain and encryption. So that is one of the most important things that we're paying attention to, because we're trying to bring business right into these environments. We're saying we're going to work in these environments, right? That's going to be where we are those 3 days of the week, or maybe 5 days of the week, or 7 days for some people. So yes, that is of the utmost concern, but we're actually leaning on blockchain technology itself in many of those cases to create these layers of security, and we're pushing the limits of really what people believe is possible, and a lot of that has to be done in conjunction with the law. So I spend a lot of time finding middle ground with lawyers and what we can actually do in respect to pushing innovation, while also asking permission rather than forgiveness.
Any final comments from everyone? We've had a good day today. Welcome, Austin. I think this may be your first time, but always welcome. All love. Any questions, final comments, final disagreements? I know there are some known unknowns, like a lot of you motherfuckers didn't support Amy. And Sandra, I'm looking directly at you. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I was there, but
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that she was doing her thing today, so I didn't know that we got chastised for that.
She was irritated at me. I felt that this was more important overall, and that if I could help Amy, bring her project and hopefully, integrate it with everything else we were doing, then it would pay off in the end. So I felt like the short-term sacrifice of not being in her space would be, hopefully resolved by bringing her here and, helping her out. And, she's got some good ideas. So I apologize if I, made a misjudgment there.
Well, it's the Syndicate, folks. We're coming up on 3 o'clock. That's right, 3 o'clock Wednesday. What's the Wednesday wonder? Let's find out, Dan. What do you know? Well, let's see. We got Henry sitting here on the big chair, relaxing. Lenny is actually not with me. He is hanging out with Mary in the art room. Oh, that's a drag. Dan hasn't had lunch yet and is thinking about trying to order maybe a grilled cheese. What about you? What did you have for lunch?
Noodles. Real simple today.
We covered everything from no free will to Manhattan today. It's fascinating.
That's true. I mean, we went through the crypto swarm. We learned about the bias of the internet versus, say, the potential bias of a small group of folks in a controlled setting. But that's still possible. I mean, I think it's good. I mean, we got exposed to some cool companies and learned about efforts that people are trying to do. That's good stuff.
So what Lauren and I should think of doing next? I know we're going to contact you, Dan, and hopefully.
Of course. Yeah, I didn't get the whole pitch. I got some of it. The part where you're going to have to buy land was exciting and scary at the same time. Kind of like, it sounds cool, but then at the same time, it's like, well, wait a minute. Although buying land in general is a great idea, I guess, depending on where the land is. But yeah, I definitely can give you my mind share, what I think I can do. I will say
the
that
war. It's Zach. Zach is where it is. Zach is going to run you through a process.
Yeah, he's definitely got a program. I just have an opinion for the most part. But I will say that when we, it's hard to combine startups. This is one thing that you see a lot in the startup scene is you see startups that want to work with other startups and sort of combine efforts. A lot of that may or may not be true in the vision of the future, and it's largely connected to the board or the VC that are already in that company may have a particular agenda already in play. I always try to temper people on that because sometimes it looks like you're going to have momentum before you have it, and the only momentum you truly know you have is the momentum you've earned, and that you can feel it in the connections you're making sometimes. And you won't know that until you actually sign on the dotted line. So
now, and by the way, the land thing is something I brought up at the absolute last minute because I was thinking of Unchained Growth, I think it's, but Lauren's idea did not include that up front. So just so we're clear,
okay,
not that important.
right. Well, see, that to me it seemed more like a network technology play, right? So my brain kind of jumps off the marketing pitch in a lot of ways and jumps right to the product. What is the product? How does it do intake? Right. So it's kind of like, okay, it's a place you can go to, and we log in. How do we log in with our Google ID? We can log in with Twitter. Why we want that? We want to grab that social graph and then reverse mine it and then grab all their networks, right? They were trying to think about how to make a stronger network. Wouldn't it be nice to know that when someone signs up to a platform, you actually know the value of.
Right.
We have a lot of people signed up to the website, people that are willing to, people that are involved, and it's kind of like the middle ground, right? So all of these people are kind of coming together to work on different projects that we have going off. We probably have about 200 different contacts on the website signed up. So it's just, getting
So is
everything.
it sort of facilitating that with the programs, and then sort of re-representing that group as a whole to the grants and other organizations that have the potential capital that you need? So it's you're capturing and then framing that message into another audience, which you need to do, right? You have to. That's the whole reason we're getting together in the first place, was that 300 people in a room can't open the door. But if we can get 300 people in the room under one group, and the group then realizes that the doorknob is actually placed at the ceiling, this was actually a fake doorknob down here, that's why it wasn't working, right? Because that's sort of the example of the swarmy collective intelligence right there in the room, right? So in a lot of ways, you're sort of doing a swarmy AI sort of ish concept. You haven't augmented it with technology.
Sorry, apologies. As a Scottish new listener, if you have a doorknob on a ceiling, then you need to have a word with your joiner.
That's true. It's true. It could be. Could be. I mean, yeah. I get it. That's true. That's a good point.
I'm so sorry, mate. Apologies. I was speaking to White earlier on, and this says stand-up comedians. This is an NFT chat.
No, absolutely. And you got
both,
the
is it?
shirt
Cool.
and the accent for what we need here. You know what I'm saying?
You have no idea, my friend. Can I just ask, who in the room would class themselves as an NFT artist, but not a comedian? Or are we all on the same page? Because apologies, this is my day-to-day accent, right? But I can do any American accent, you bush, on spec.
Can you imitate Dan?
I'd have to hear him. Dan, can you speak for 10 seconds, please? I would have to hear him speak first. Like I'm good, but I'm not that good. God damn. What's happening, man? Dan, where you at? Right, can I just give you a southern Georgian drawl? Hey y'all, I just interrupted your space. I'm real sorry about that. I just came in here because it said stand-up comedians and NFTs. I don't know what NFT means, but some man sent me a picture, a photograph of a monkey smoking a cigarette, wearing a hat back to front, and asked me for $5,000. I was like, shit, not a goddamn chance, motherfucker. Right, can anyone do a better Scottish accent than that?
How do you learn all those accents? Like how?
I don't know. It's kind of. Have any of you guys ever seen? There's four people, right? I can attribute the way I can do this to, right? And I'm not saying I'm on their level, but if you're young enough to know who they are, Marcus Veltri plays the piano, Harry Mack does freestyle amigo bars, the Do does the guitar, and the other one is Rob Landis does violin. It's like perfect pitch. I don't know how, it just happens. To be fair, this accent apparently is quite pleasing on the American ear. Apparently, it's quite difficult to understand, but very, very, very nice.
Lauren, I'm about to jump on a call. Do you want to start a new space? I don't want you to lose momentum.
I just got here, dude.
Why don't you take off, Mike? Well, I'll go start one.
Awesome.
All right.
Love, guys.
Thanks.
We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.